Ma'am, we can start.
Welcome to day 2 of our web conference, Literary Studies in the Coronavirus Terrain, Reading, Peril, Environment and Normalcy. Today, we will be having 2 plenary sessions, one after the other, and it will be followed by a panel discussion. Now, I'll over to Dr. Deepa Mishra, my guide, and my friend, my guide, and she will take over the proceedings from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chakrabarti. Good morning to everyone, respected dignitaries and dear participants. A very warm welcome to all of you to the second day of the International Web Conference. I'm Deepa Mishra, Associate Professor in the Department of English, Srimati CHM College. It is an honor and privilege to introduce the most familiar face in the field of eco-criticism, Professor Scott Slovic, a world-renowned environmentalist with a lifetime of experience on various environmental issues that has gripped the planet for the last few decades. A graduate of Stanford University and Brown University, Professor Slovic is currently serving as a distinguished professor of environmental humanities at University of Idaho in the United States. He is a visiting professor in many universities across the world. He has mentored many scholars in the field of environmental humanities. Professor Slovic is a four-time Fulbright scholar.
Put up the slide.
Germany, Japan, and China, and with an upcoming Fulbright in Turkey. He has many pioneering initiatives to his credit in the area of literature and environment. To name a few, Professor Scott Slovic was the founding president of the Association for the Study of Literature and Environment, also known as ASLE, from 1992 to 1995. He is the editor of the journal Interdisciplinary Studies in Literature and Environment, ISLE, since 1995. He will be completing his 25th years as the editor of ISLE, the official journal of ASLE, at the end of this month. Professor Slovic is known for internationalizing the environmental humanities movement. He is in the editorial board of many scholarly journals of international repute. Professor Slovic is an extraordinarily prolific scholar with more than 300 articles in environmental humanities and has 27 books to his credit. Prominent among them are Seeking Awareness in American Nature Writing, Going Away to Think, Engagement, Retreat, and Eco-Critical Responsibility. Going Away to Think is a very interesting book where Professor Slovic refers to the concept of anticipated nostalgia, a sense of nostalgia or regret for something that we have not yet lost. He argues that the prompting of nostalgia for phenomena we might lose in the future if we do not take the warning in cautionary environmental literature seriously. He co-edited the Routledge Handbook of Eco-Criticism and Environmental Communication with Swarnalata Rangarajan and Vidya Sarveshwaran in 2019. He currently co-edits the book series Routledge Studies in World Literature and the Environment and Routledge Environmental Humanities. His forthcoming co-edited books include Reading Cats and Dogs, Companion Animals in World Literature, Nature and Literary Studies, Cambridge Critical Concepts, the Bloomsbury Handbook of Medical Environmental Humanities. Much of his current research and teaching focuses on critical data studies, which means how information is collected, communicated, and received in the context of humanitarian and environmental crisis. He frequently publishes his work on the website www.arithmeticofcompassion.org. Professor Slovic's pioneering book, Numbers and Nerves, Information, Emotion, and Meaning in a World of Data, published in 2015, co-authored and co-edited with Paul Slovic, deserves a special mention, which talks about mass human psychology. The book is very relevant in the context of the current pandemic, where millions of lives have been lost. The book deals with an idea that the sensitivity of human beings takes a kind of bizarre turn whenever any unfortunate situation aggravates deeply. It focuses on the fact that sensitivity, mindshare, and the seriousness with which we respond to a single death or a few deaths in any human crisis gets significantly diluted as the number of deaths increases. By the time the casualty builds up to thousands, our sensitivity gets significantly eroded. The death then starts taking the shape of a mere statistics and nothing more. The book describes and demonstrates the psychological obstacles which hamper our ability to comprehend and respond appropriately to large numerical data. Professor Slavik calls this phenomenon statistical numbing. Maybe COVID-19 is the most contemporary example to put the spotlight on this disturbing development in human psychology. And in that context, his today's talk is the most appropriate one. Without taking any further time, it is my honor to call upon Professor Scott Slavik with a request to engage us for the next 45 minutes with his talk titled Eco-Criticism in the Time of COVID-19, Why and How to Practice the Environmental Humanities During a Pandemic. Professor Slavik, the platform is all yours now.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I hadn't anticipated such a detailed and thoughtful commentary on my work, and especially an effort to locate some of the less well-known projects, specifically in the context of the current pandemic. I wish we had more time during this session to talk about psychic numbing and its profound relevance to the pandemic and to many other situations that are occurring right now. But I'm very grateful for that introduction, and I appreciate the efforts of Dr. Nita Chakravarti to organize my participation in this event. It's 9 in the evening here, my time in the western state of Oregon, where I'm staying at a mountain cabin and social distancing during the pandemic. I even taught my university classes from this cabin in March, April, and May, after the university where I teach in a neighboring state went to remote course delivery because of the pandemic. I understand that you're hoping during this 2-day conference to consider some ideas about how the field of literature and environment is adapting to the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I look forward to sharing some of my thoughts on this subject this morning. First, I thought I would say a few things about the field of English literary studies and the subfield of eco-criticism a bit more generally, because I'm not entirely sure whether attendees at the conference are thoroughly immersed in the field of eco-criticism. So I thought a little bit of background could be useful. And I've based these remarks on comments I prepared a year ago, which I find strangely out of date, relevant in some ways, but out of date because the world has changed so rapidly in recent months. After that introduction, I will then discuss a specific collection of articles on environmental humanities responses to the pandemic that was just published a few weeks ago on a Swedish website called Bifrost Online. Bifrost is written B-I-F-R-O-S-T. And it's a website coordinated by the Nordic Network of Interdisciplinary Environmental Studies. But I think this represents some of the very most recent responses from this field to the pandemic. And I thought I would gloss that and explain it to some extent. And finally, I will talk about an open letter on the environmental humanities responses to the pandemic that was also just published this month, recommending specific actions for scholars and others to take as a way of learning something that will help us change our lives for the better during this strange and difficult time. So let me begin by talking a bit more broadly about trends in English studies and eco-criticism that will provide a kind of background for my more specific comments about our situation in the pandemic. A year ago, before the world changed dramatically, I was asked to put together some thoughts about current trends in English studies for another university in India, down in Tamil Nadu. And so I cobbled together some brief notes about trends in the field of English literary studies, both generally and more specifically in the area of literature and environment. It's rather striking now to turn back and look at what I said in July 2019 in light of what we're all thinking about today because of the pandemic, yes, but also in light of the growing global economic crisis and the Black Lives Matter movement, and the outcry against police violence and racism, which may have been triggered by recent killings in the United States, but has now certainly become a global movement. The world has changed, and the question is not only whether we can be resilient and persevere with business and life as usual during and after the pandemic and the other crises ease, but whether we can change ourselves and our societies to be different and perhaps better than we were before. In a little while, when I talk about new interventions in the environmental humanities, I'll be particularly focusing on this question: can we change meaningfully in response to what is happening in the world right now? To back up many years, though, let me note that I was trained as a scholar of English and American literature in the 1970s and 80s. I learned how to read texts, poetry, novels, essays, plays, as cleverly as I could, and to write about these works as clearly and eloquently as possible. The idea was to produce articles and books for scholarly audiences. I was encouraged to follow the examples of my professors and communicate with a relatively small community of academic specialists. However, in some ways, the field of English studies has changed tremendously during the past 40 years. I never could have predicted some of these changes. Let me try to tell you a little bit about them. Even when I was learning to be a close reader of literature, before I went to the university, I began thinking about how what I was studying might be related to the world beyond the text, the world of society, the world of nature. I found myself looking up from the books I was reading and saying, oh yeah, there's a world out there. Even when I was still a student, I felt a need to make my work in literary and language studies somehow relevant to current problems in the world. I know many of my fellow students were doing the same thing. Some of my classmates were devoting their efforts to developing applications of English studies to understanding multiculturalism, gender and sexuality literatures in society, using literature as a way of steering society toward more cultural awareness and justice. I've always been very interested in such issues, but I have also been keenly engaged in environmental issues since childhood. I gave my first environmental lecture at the age of 10 on the occasion of the first Earth Day in 1970, when I spoke to my primary school classmates about reproductive responsibility and the issue of human overpopulation, which I had read about in Paul Ehrlich's 1968 work, The Population Bomb, a book I found lying around at my house because my parents were reading it. So I guess it made sense for me to turn my literary thinking toward the natural world at a very early stage in my career, while still a doctoral student in the 1980s. As you may know, I was one of the people in the 1980s and early 90s who helped develop the field now called eco-criticism, or ecological literary studies. Where did eco-criticism come from? You could say that there have always been people who've been interested in how we can use literature and other cultural texts to understand the human relationship with the more than human world. I like to say that as soon as there were commentators describing the ancient paintings on cave walls depicting animals and plants, there were the beginnings of eco-criticism. This could have started thousands of years ago. But the modern field of eco-criticism really gained momentum in the 1980s when young students like me started analyzing texts from an environmental perspective and developing methodologies and vocabularies for doing this work, just making up the field as we went along. This is now happening in other branches of English studies, as I'll mention in a moment. Regarding eco-criticism, though, I want to say that these days, nearly 2 decades into the 21st century, we are talking less and less about purely linguistic, literary or linguistic approaches to environmental work, and more about cross-disciplinary approaches in the so-called environmental humanities. During normal times, this is what I teach at universities around the world. I was in China last July teaching a large lecture course on the environmental humanities, and I was supposed to be in Turkey last month to give a lecture series in this field, but that's now been postponed indefinitely due to the pandemic. I taught a graduate workshop on the environmental humanities at my home university, the University of Idaho, this past semester. But in the middle of the semester, all of our teaching went online. So I finished the last 2 months of the class teaching twice a week through Zoom. And I thought the transition to online teaching was quite smooth, actually. The environmental humanities is a meta-discipline, a combination of ecology, history, philosophy, religious studies, cultural theory, geography, psychology, and a smattering of other fields, including English studies and comparative literature. Also film studies and visual studies, anthropology too. Quite some time ago, scholars began to realize that if we want our work in the humanities and other fields to enable us to engage with the world's complex problems, ranging from poverty and disease to food security, and lately such crises as climate change and mass extinction, we cannot cordon off our thinking in narrow academic disciplines. We need to work together with colleagues who've been trained in other fields, and we need to constantly expand our own expertise, learning new vocabularies and new ways of understanding problems, new methodologies. So while people like me were trained in English studies, we no longer practice what we were trained to do exactly. We have continued growing and changing as thinkers. I believe this is what many of the students I work with these days want to do. Continue growing and changing as thinkers in order to respond to the world's needs, to society's needs. So what I've been writing about in the past year is the fact that scholars in the environmental humanities, though previously not really included in high-level discussions about the environmental future of the planet, have increasingly been invited to have a seat at the table, so to speak. In the past, it was assumed that only thinkers from such fields as ecology, economics, law, and politics had anything serious to say about the environment. But now we realize that psychology and cultural studies have ways of understanding why and how humans think and behave as they do, and that the environmental crises we face in the world are actually human problems, not merely geophysical problems. Humanists and social scientists are now considered to be essential participants in high-level meetings on environmental issues in government and in academia. During the past year, I've been thinking about how the field of eco-criticism, the language-oriented branch of the environmental humanities in which I primarily work, is now engaged in a fifth wave, a relatively new phase that focuses on how the human mind produces and receives environmental information, how we communicate such information, and on the training of members of the broader public, not only academics and scientists, but government and corporate officials and lay people, to engage in discussions of serious problems like climate change. Part of this fifth wave of eco-criticism involves scholars like me no longer writing only for specialized academic publications, but instead devoting some of our energy to writing for mass media, newspapers, websites, social media. Often I find myself going to public meetings to speak about how we perceive biospheric changes or how we fail to perceive and think about such changes. This is what we heard about a little bit in the introduction from Deepa Mishra, this notion of psychic numbing, our inability to perceive what's happening and to process information. Often we fail more frequently than we succeed in perceiving what's going on in the world. And I also conduct workshops for citizens in various parts of the world, training them to observe the natural world and to communicate their ideas to other members of their communities. This is part of a new movement called Academics Going Public, which is the title of a 2016 book edited by Mary Beth Gassman from the University of Pennsylvania's Annenberg School of Communication. Again, the title is Academics Going Public. In April of this year, I taught a webinar for a group of European graduate students hosted by the European Association for the Study of Literature, Culture, and Environment, also known as EASLC, training these students to write op-eds for websites, connecting their technical research with current issues in the world. The Bifrost articles on environmental humanities and the pandemic, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, could be considered an example of scholars in this field responding to the current state of the world by writing non-technical essays on short notice for general audiences. Another very new aspect of the environmental literary studies that I'm involved with is something we're calling empirical eco-criticism. This ties in with what I said about learning new methodologies to help us understand real-world problems and to deepen our understanding of literature. Empirical eco-criticism involves using techniques from the social sciences, like designing experiments to test how readers process information, stories, and images from literary works and other kinds of texts, rather than simply guessing about the effects of texts on audiences or basing our assumptions on our own personal responses. I'm currently developing studies related to famous environmental literary works such as Aldo Leopold's essay, Thinking Like a Mountain, aiming specifically to study the impacts of singular stories or individualized narratives on readers, in contrast to more abstract or large-scale statements of ecological information. I hope to demonstrate the power of this psychological concept of the singularity effect, the special potency of small-scale individualized stories in guiding people to care about various phenomena. Next week, I will finish, actually not only complete my 25th year, but finish my term as editor-in-chief of ISLE Interdisciplinary Studies in Literature and Environment, which I've been doing for 25 years. And in this final issue, we will publish a special cluster of articles devoted to explaining and demonstrating empirical eco-criticism. And earlier today, I agreed to join a group of scholars from various European countries who are applying for a grant to support research on literature and the pandemic. And I propose to do some new empirical research on how readers respond to different forms of pandemic discourse, some of it story-based, and other examples more abstract and quantitative, as a way of testing the impacts of various approaches to communicating pandemic information. I wanted to say a few things about some other branches of English studies that I see developing, especially among my colleagues. For instance, I see quite a few scholars these days interested in the digital humanities. This can mean a number of different things, but I do have one colleague in my department at the University of Idaho who's a specialist in the writings of American poet Walt Whitman, and he uses digital techniques to search large databases of 19th century writings, including newspapers, to try to detect lost or forgotten writings by authors such as Whitman. In fact, this young scholar, whose name is Zachary Turpin, actually discovered a lost novella by Walt Whitman that was published in a New York newspaper under a pseudonym, not under Whitman's own name. And this novella was published about a year ago, republished about a year ago, with an introduction by my young colleague. This digital detective work is a very new trend in English studies that's quite exciting. In a sense, though, I think all of us are becoming more and more involved in the digital humanities, even in the way we're publishing online, participating in conferences like this one online, and even teaching and taking classes online either through synchronous systems like Zoom or through asynchronous platforms. In the fall, I'll be teaching one fully online class, mostly through email, and another class through Zoom. In other words, I'll be bringing my literary teaching almost fully to the digital platforms. Other ongoing trends in English studies include the study of narratological theory, actually story theory, as a way of reading literature, except that the narratology used to be mainly a philosophical theory, but now it's becoming more and more empirical, a branch of cognitive science. Essentially, psychological theories that have been developed empirically, such as narrative empathy, that is, how stories make us care about characters in literature and sometimes help us to feel empathy for actual people and other phenomena. These theories are now being applied to the study of literary narratives. My colleague Aaron James at the University of Idaho is a well-known eco-narratologist who published the book The Story World Accord, Eco-Narratology and Post-Colonial Narratives a few years ago. A related trend is the study of emotion and affect in the context of literature. Another colleague of mine, Jen Ladino, published a book last year titled Memorials Matter: Emotion, Environment, and Public Memory at American Historical Sites. This doesn't really sound like a book by a literary critic, does it? It's a study of how national monuments affect visitors emotionally and how the texts written about such monuments operate on an affective or emotional level. This is an example of how literary critics have increasingly expanded their focus beyond traditional literary analysis. And now I'd like to move into another phase of my presentation and offer you my particular contribution to that I made to a conference in early May hosted by Oro University in Gujarat on imagining a post-COVID world, which I later revised and contributed to the special group of articles on environmental humanities responses to the pandemic that I mentioned earlier from the website Bifrost. Here's what I wrote. And this is titled COVID World, COVID Mind. I may have to abbreviate it a little bit because I'm keeping an eye on the clock and don't want to take too much time. Although the current pandemic is a relatively acute moment of crisis, rather than a sprawling, diffuse accumulation of social and ecological concerns, this phenomenon is akin to the New World authors Paul Ehrlich and Robert Ornstein recognized in the late 1980s when they published their book, New World, New Mind, Toward a Conscious Evolution, which came out in 1989. These writers, one a population biologist, the other a psychologist, felt that the modern world had come to pose existential challenges to the human species, from the proliferation of handguns among ordinary citizens in countries like the United States to the nuclear arms race. They also recognized the AIDS crisis of the 1980s, a possible precursor to today's zoonotic pandemic, as a grave threat to human survival. They understood, Ehrlich and Ornstein, that human beings could not evolve biologically in the short term in order to respond to threats we had created through our own cultural and technological advances. For these authors, the human species needed to evolve intentionally through our own consciousness in order to have a reasonable possibility of persisting in the face of the very challenges we had created for ourselves. This conscious evolution is what they called new mind. As we experience this new COVID world, this COVID reality that is likely to be an ongoing reality, not a short-lived disturbance, we should be trying, I think, to figure out what we can learn from this experience in order to develop new ways of thinking. Together, these constitute what I call COVID mind. For the past 30 years, scholars, writers, and artists, many of them working in disciplines associated with the environmental humanities, have taken encouragement from Ehrlich and Ornstein's notion of a potential conscious evolution. But despite dramatic advances in the environmental humanities, little progress has actually occurred in the realms of industry, economics, and politics. Steady planetary degradation has unfolded as we plunge ever more deeply into the sixth mega extinction, spewing toxins into the biosphere and CO2 into the atmosphere. The arrival of a novel coronavirus in Wuhan, China in November 2019, or perhaps even as early as last summer in 2019, has led to the global pandemic, which is not only a tremendous public health and economic crisis, but a unique opportunity for conscious evolution, a moment to reflect and reboot and potentially embrace certain cognitive skills, new ways of thinking that may help us to be a more resilient species moving forward. These traits are multiple, and just a few of them that have occurred to me are number one, a sense of universal vulnerability. That is, all of us are feeling more vulnerable than we may have felt in our lives, not only people at the most precarious margins of society, but there's this universal generalized sense of vulnerability that I think would be healthy for us to carry with us, even as the pandemic eventually begins to ease somewhat. Number two, a heightened awareness of the human mind's insensitivity to exponential and potentially catastrophic change. This is related to the psychic numbing or the rapid insensitivity that we feel in the face of various kinds of changing phenomena in the world. And the change doesn't just happen when we reach numbers like 1,000 cases of COVID or 1,000 deaths. Actually, we begin to become insensitive to numbers when we move from number 1 to number 2. We're less sensitive to 2 people who are ill from COVID than we are to a single person. So there's a very rapid decline of sensitivity, and we need to be increasingly sensitive to this habit of the human mind. Number 3, growing awareness that our interactions with the animal world have genuine consequences for human beings, rather than taking for granted that animals are commodities that we can interact with and use as we please, without regard to the independent existence and agency of these other species, may very well have resulted in our careless interaction with animals that has resulted in a number of zoonotic diseases and will continue to do so in the future. And number 4, perhaps we can begin to develop through this current experience an appreciation of what it means to put on the socio-cultural brakes, to stop suddenly and change our lives as usual, and begin to live in a new way. At a time when corporate and political forces are pressing desperately for a return to normal, I believe we should use whatever social support systems we have available to us as a way of stabilizing those in our societies who are most economically and medically at risk. And at the same time, I think we should also recognize that there will never be a truly post-coronavirus world. Even an eventual vaccine and a widely available and effective treatment protocol will not free us from other zoonotic threats. And in fact, many people believe the coronavirus will mutate steadily, and so we'll constantly be scrambling to react to this ever-changing virus. For the sake of our species and for the sake of the many other species with whom we share the planet, we should use this moment as an uninvited but nonetheless necessary opportunity to practice new ways of thinking, to consciously evolve. The COVID world is also a climate change world, the world of mass extinction and devastating toxicity. We must learn to live with and within this reality. We must mind COVID, pay attention to it, not merely overcome it. I think I'm going to skip through several paragraphs of my own particular statement about, and I have a number of detailed paragraphs about what COVID mind is and special types of thinking that I think we need to overcome in order to be better positioned to succeed in the era of the pandemic and as we move beyond this pandemic. Let me just finish by saying, perhaps in the coming months, we may achieve a situation where we won't need to be in radical lockdown, as many of us are in the moment. However, we will never not have COVID-19 in our midst in the future. We will have to learn to live with the knowledge of this public health threat and all that it can teach us. Likewise, we will never not have to think about global climate change, our toxic land and air and water, mass extinction, human poverty, and so many other daunting and interconnected problems. What can we learn from COVID-19 that may help us to understand and respond appropriately to these other urgent challenges as well, without allowing the gravity of these problems to drive us to numbness and despair? I take to heart a phrase that my colleague Mitchell Tomashow used in a 2001 book titled "Bringing the Biosphere Home." He wrote, "You don't have to be optimistic to be hopeful." I often use this language when I'm talking with my own students. Even if there's no reason for us to be optimistic that we will thoroughly and permanently solve the world's problems, we can live our lives in a hopeful way, doing our best to overcome small pieces of these larger challenges and doing our best to derive meaning from our troubles. Now, as I mentioned earlier, at the beginning of this month, the Nordic Network, based in Sweden, Nordic Network for Interdisciplinary Environmental Studies, published a group of essays, 7 original essays, and then a number of other pieces pulled from the web, demonstrating environmental humanities responses to the global pandemic. I just presented to you a portion of my own essay that appeared in that cluster on Bifrost. And in addition to the 10 other pieces shared from the internet, there was a special letter originally drafted by ecofeminist scholar Greta Gard called Environmental Humanities Response to COVID-19. To my knowledge, this group of writings, which you can read by going to bifrostonline.org, is the main example so far of how environmental humanities scholars are thinking about the current pandemic. I thought I would briefly explain the approaches taken by contributors to this cluster to give you a sense of how these scholars, most of whom come from the field of eco-criticism, are thinking about the traction that can be gained in understanding our current circumstances by applying concepts from the environmental humanities. In their introduction to the Bifrost cluster, the 4 editors, all of whom are very prominent scholars in the field, highlight the potential for dramatic social change that may result from our response to the pandemic. They acknowledge that it's much too early to say whether such transformation will occur, but they claim that the current crisis is helping to clarify the global economic system that is based on what Jethro Pettit calls, quote, unjust economic relations at all levels and unsustainable patterns of consumption by the North and by Southern elites, unquote. The editors state that genuinely transformative system change will require much more than the forced austerity and GDP deceleration of a short-term social experiment that we have neither planned nor completed. Our ability to combine unexpected lessons from early 2020 with other knowledge and neglected wisdom may be central to societal transformation, but only if we can apply our understanding with the vision and will to level or change or knock aside systemic obstacles that reinforce one another socially, culturally, politically, and economically. In other words, the thrust of this new publication is to try to imagine in some kinds of dramatic new ways of thinking about our human selves and societies, working in an integrated, holistic way to combine disciplines and cultural perspectives. In addition to thinking about possible dramatic lessons for human life on the planet, the editor suggests that we would be wise to heed another central message of COVID-19, that anthropogenic changes to Earth systems impact non-humans with as much devastation as they do marginalized human communities. You could say this is a more biocentric viewpoint, coupled with the anthropocentric concerns that have arisen so powerfully during the crisis. The editors point out how the world's biota, the living systems and communities, face threats from such proximate, obvious causes as deforestation, soil degradation, overfishing, pollution, burning of fossil fuels, deep sea mining, hydraulic fracking, and the illegal wildlife trade, but also on a deeper level, the world's biosphere bears the burden of our mass commodification of natural resources. So let me skip ahead now and talk briefly about the other articles in the Bifrost collection to offer you some vocabulary that I find interesting and provocative as a way of suggesting, again, that such ideas might help us to gain traction and insight into the state of the world. I mentioned Greta Gard earlier as the author of the open letter to and from environmental humanities scholars in response to the pandemic. She also wrote an essay for the Bifrost collection called The Coronavirus as Messenger, asking the question, what if the coronavirus is a messenger awaking humans to our material interbeing? As the original Professor Gard writes, perhaps the pandemic letter that she had written can function as a mindfulness practice, helping us notice the ways that stepping back from overconsumptive anti-ecological behaviors are often conflated with self-denial, as we ask who we are and understand that that is entangled with the behaviors of consumption and transportation that contributed to the pandemic. If we give up those behaviors, who will we be, she asks. She then turns to discuss what she calls sustainable happiness, Buddhist theories of mindfulness, and queer eco-theory, and the concept of interbeing, or a new idea of selfless, interactive coexistence with the other inhabitants of the earth. Queer eco-theory critiques heteronormativity for being anti-ecological in various ways, hierarchical, dominating, non-egalitarian. Queer ecology, Greta Gard points out, explores more fluidly connected relationships with the planet, what some scholars have called ecosexual polyamorousness. Gard's short essay has much to do with the scholarly field of posthumanism in its strong critique of the notion of human exceptionalism and isolation from other beings. In sum, she suggests that we might be able to use the pandemic experience as an opportunity to receive the messages from COVID-19 that will help us profoundly rethink who we are and how to live in relation to the planet. There's a strong motif in the essays in the Bifrost cluster that emphasize coexistence with the non-human as a key lesson from the pandemic. Serenella Iovino, the Italian scholar at the University of North Carolina, for instance, writes in her piece, Women Who Swim with the Whales, COVID-19, ecological disaster, and dialogues across species and generations, that reading a book of poems called Krill by Italian poet Gabriele Belletti led her to think about strong parallels between the plight of ocean beings who are faced with catastrophic contamination of the seas due to oil spills, and the plight of elderly people experiencing slow and lonely agony in nursing homes around the world during the pandemic. Richard Twine, if Iovino's essay focuses on the plight of the elderly, Richard Twine's contribution to the cluster, Respecting Children, Respecting Species, emphasizes the challenge of developing pandemic discourse suitable for children, aspiring to avoid anthropocentric traps that marginalize ideas of kinship with other species and turn animals into commodities. Twine argues that commodification of animals is bound up in the great crises of our times, and that maybe our lockdown lesson should be that facilitating children's critical thinking on this matter is one of the most important responsibilities we have toward children and future generations of all species. Other contributors to the Bifrost cluster, such as David N. Pello and Joni Adamson and Stephen Hartman, focus particularly on questions of environmental justice and the plight of marginalized human communities. Pello highlights the fact that Indigenous people around the world are no strangers to biological warfare and are at particular risk during this dangerous time. He writes that social distancing is the problem, not the solution. He says we need to engage in physical distancing, not social distancing. And he writes, prisons, ghettos, barrios, and other forms of marginalization and forced isolation are in fact long-standing examples of social distancing that have placed Indigenous peoples, people of color, immigrants, and other populations in segregated spaces that concentrate poverty, enable repression, and increase health vulnerabilities. And then finally, I'm looking at the time and I want to leave a little bit of time for comments and questions. I'm going to skip ahead through my remaining commentary on the articles in that special cluster, which is freely available on the Bifrost website, and jump ahead to the letter, the open letter drafted by Greta Gard and then signed by 40 other environmental humanities colleagues, including me. And this is also available for reading on the website bifrost.org, bifrostonline.org. The letter calls for environmental humanities scholars to throw in our environmental scholarship and practice to sustain this reprieve from climate change, enabled by the fact that far fewer people are driving and flying than in pre-pandemic times, and step back from the professional structures enforcing inequalities of class, race, gender, species, and nation, starting with ourselves. Let's commit, the letter continues, to limit flying, to limit our driving, to schedule our professional meetings and conferences as much as possible on the internet, like this one right now, and also to eat ethically, ecologically, and locally sourced foods. To me, the most poignant paragraphs in the open letter, and I'm almost finished with my talk now, the most poignant paragraphs are where the letter says, limit your flying to conferences. If your articles, presentations, classes, arts, and activism mean what you say, this is the moment to show it. The enforced constraints of the present COVID-19 pandemic have revealed to us just how much we can still accomplish without elective or optional travel for physical meetings. And then she writes, Greta Gard, in drafting this, review your diet. The lives and deaths of most food animals in industrialized nations are instrumentalized for human carnivory, variously brutal in their confinements and slaughter. The finger points back at us if we fund these diets. There are more ecological choices. This letter, as I said, which as I said is included in the Bifrost cluster and will appear in other publications as well, is a powerful example of environmental humanities scholars stepping outside of their usual scholarly voices to urge specific behavioral changes that we and our colleagues have the power to enact in our own lives. The letter also uses the moral authority of a large group of scholars in the field from various countries and at various levels in the field, from students to senior professors, to urge the international community to consider making adjustments in our collective ways of living and doing our work in order to learn from the pandemic and try to make the world a better, more sustainable place. I hope my comments this morning have been interesting and relevant to the larger focus of this online conference. By joining today's conference on Zoom, you too are participating in this new wave of light footprint, ecologically and pandemically sensible professional work. Thanks for your attention, and I'd be glad to respond to any questions we have time for. Thanks again.
Professor Slavik, thank you very much for a very satisfying and insightful lecture. Satisfying because the talk has addressed to the fundamental questions such as what is the relationship between literature and the world, what is eco-critical responsibility, how to practice eco-criticism, and the fifth way of eco-criticism and the future of eco-criticism. You have beautifully integrated the answers to some of these questions, which are very fundamental questions throughout your lecture, and insightful because it has given us fresh ideas, insights, and solutions to our common global challenges. You have made it very clear that one can take any text, any form of human expressions, and explore its environmental dimensions, its environmental ideas. There is no work of art or no work of literature, no work of popular culture that simply cannot be studied from the environmental viewpoint. And there is a clear message in your talk that all of us, regardless of our academic background, should try to do something to raise public consciousness of environmental matters. And I'm sure there would be many questions awaiting for you. And the forum is now open for discussion. And I request my colleague, Dr. Sham, to share the questions with you. Dr. Sham, may I take the liberty of asking the first question to Professor Slavik?
Please do, please do.
So, sir, what are your suggestions for the best way of teaching eco-criticism and environmental literature in a literature classroom? And particularly, I'm referring to here the applied eco-criticism.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. I've been teaching eco-criticism and environmental writing in one way or another for a very long time, and I'm still trying to figure out the best way to do it. In fact, for me, I mean, the most overarching answer I can give to that question is that we should constantly try to reinvent ourselves as teachers, and there's no single formula that works for any of us individually as teachers, but we constantly have to evolve and change and develop new strategies. One of the things that I try to do as a teacher of environmental literature is to be very candid about the fact that I'm presenting my own particular perspective. This is how I see the field, or this is how I read a few particular texts that I might propose to my students as examples or models for us to study together. But even when I'm working with younger students, with undergraduates, and certainly when I'm working with more senior students, I like to empower them to go off in their own directions and apply whatever larger principles or methodologies or vocabularies to other kinds of texts that I may not even know. So typically, when I'm teaching, I urge my students to write many of their papers not about the common material that we're working on together, but to find their own texts that are especially pertinent to their particular situations in the world and what they care about. What are some examples? For instance, in my recent environmental humanities seminar, I had 11 graduate students, Master of Fine Arts students in creative writing or master's students in literature. One of them came from a particular region in North Idaho where there's a lot of mining going on and very destructive, damaging impacts on the environment caused by the mining. So he applied some theories from environmental humanities like transcorporeality and slow violence and studied a local mine. He actually read the mine as a text and analyzed its history in a textual way. But then he also studied a Chinese documentary film called Behemoth, which is about mining in Inner Mongolia. And he developed a kind of a technique of using the Chinese film about mining in Mongolia as a text to explain a mining operation in the state of Idaho in the United States. So he essentially transferred some of the concepts and concerns from a Chinese text to a North American physical context. That I knew nothing, very little about the film and nothing about this mine before my student wrote about it. And so my job as a teacher was to spend a few months earlier in the class laying out various principles and creating a kind of ethos in the classroom of exploration and student empowerment, and then to set the students free to move off in various diverse directions, find their own texts and their own theoretical structures that would be appropriate, and then to work with them individually to develop the strength of their arguments in their papers. So I could speak for a very long time about pedagogy because I think about it a lot. And all I can say is I'm constantly experimenting, trying to reinvent myself as a teacher, and that my most fundamental goal is to excite and empower my students and to make them feel as if they own the subject. It's not my subject, with them simply borrowing it or eavesdropping. Actually, I want them to own the subject and make it their own, and invest their own creativity in the material.
Thank you very much, Professor Slavik, for the answers which you have given to it. Is really a good learning experience for all of us. And we can listen to you for hours together because there is so much to learn. I was very much interested in knowing something more about your testimonial writing workshop. So that sometime in future, we will definitely interact on some different platform maybe. So now I request Dr. Shyam to share the questions from the chat, both from the YouTube and Zoom chat platform. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Deepa. There's one question from Meera Kasiraman. She's asking if Dr. Scott could interpret people's response to regular news pieces on crimes like murders and rapes in the light of psychic numbing, wherein the frequency of violent acts makes us insensitive.
Yeah, absolutely. Psychic numbing is the principle of how the human mind cognitively processes information that is widely applicable to so many situations that we find ourselves, especially during what we now call the information age. We're inundated with information. The term psychic numbing was originally developed by the psychologist Robert J. Lifton, who studied survivors of the Hiroshima bombing at the end of World War II in Japan. And he found that the survivors of that terrible event, they used psychic numbing. They didn't consciously use it. It automatically happened in their minds to enable them to survive an enormous and devastating event. It's an evolutionary adaptation in human cognition, psychic numbing, that enables us to numb ourselves or turn off our sensitivity to things that we might find overwhelming that would prevent us from functioning and living. However, in the information age, we are so inundated with large amounts of data about a variety of subjects, certainly information about disturbing, frightening events such as murders and attacks of various kinds, that it's easy for us to click into this numbing state where we try not to pay attention. Otherwise, we would be afraid to leave our homes. We would be so panicked about how dangerous the world is. So psychic numbing, it serves a survival function for us in this information age. The problem is that when we turn off our sensitivity to information about the state of the world, about street violence, domestic violence, various kinds of geopolitical threats, and certainly ecological destruction and danger, when we turn our sensitivity off, then we fail to be engaged effectively on a political level. We don't know how to advise our political representatives. We may not be fully engaged and invested as voters, or we may not raise our voices by speaking out at meetings or writing letters in order to express our concern about various phenomena, social phenomena or environmental phenomena. So the danger of allowing ourselves to be numbed, psychically numbed by this information, is that we may allow these destructive, dangerous, problematic phenomena to persist because we as citizens do not get involved enough. Again, I realize this is different from society to society, but I think in some ways India and the United States may be similar in that we're democratic societies and we do have various channels of communication where even if we're ordinary citizens, as long as we have certain powers of communication, we have access to our representatives and we can communicate our distress and concern if we're sensitive to the problems of our societies. So psychic numbing is actually a problem when we allow it to desensitize us so that we don't care or don't notice phenomena that we probably should be paying attention to.
Yeah, there is an interesting question by Suvarna Suryavanshi. She's asking if you think our attitude to consider some animals as companion animals and others as lab animals, simply brutes, pests, or food items on our plate, is itself a speciesist attitude.
Is what a speciesist attitude?
Considering some animals as companion animals and the others as lab animals, brutes, pests, and simply food items. Is that a speciesist attitude?
Okay, very interesting question. Well, obviously, we're creating a hierarchy, aren't we? When we rank individual animals or entire species according to how we care for them and whether we treat some of them as mere brutish commodities and others as quasi-human beings, as kin, some would say. So I do think embedded in many of our societies, and it's a very complicated question. We could again talk about this for a very long time. Are lots of inconsistencies, maybe even hypocrisies in the way we cater fondly to certain non-human animals and so terribly abuse or neglect other animals. As I listen to your question, I think about the fact that well, again, I don't want to detour too long and go into this too long, but I spend much of my time these days with a German Shepherd dog who's lived with my wife and me for 10 years. She's very much a member of the family. She does everything with us, and I study her and write about my German Shepherd dog, and I consider her a kind of mentor. She's named after one of my professors, and I write about her as a guide for me to pay attention to the world. I watch her frequently and take notes. At the same time, years ago, when I was a PhD student, my brother was an MD student at the Yale Medical School, and he was doing research on heart transplant studies, and his laboratory specimens were German Shepherd dogs, and he would sacrifice them and remove hearts from one animal in order to test special processes for preserving hearts, for heart transplants in the future. So very important medical research, but he was treating these dogs who were very similar to the dog who lives with me today, as if they were mere machines. And so, I mean, tremendous inconsistency in the way, those dogs were treated and the way my dog is treated right now. So I don't know if it's speciesist per se, although I'd have to contemplate that further. But I think one of the things I liked about that open letter on environmental humanities responses to the pandemic is the way it calls us to, challenges us to examine ourselves and the way we interact with and use either positively or exploitatively various animals. And it takes a lot of soul searching to do that. I think there are definitely inconsistencies and possibly hypocritical aspects in the ways that all of us interact with animals. We may act adoringly and kindly toward an individual animal of a certain species, and at the same time not even give a second thought to the fact that medicines that we're using were tested on laboratory animals, in many cases primates, chimpanzees, or other highly intelligent animals that were just treated as experimental tools or machines for our own societal benefit. So this is a question that really calls for serious soul searching. I don't really have a final answer, but I think it's a very provocative question.
There are many questions, but unfortunately for the lack of time, we can't take all of them. There's one interesting one and a short one though. It's asking for the relevance between green spirituality and environmental humanities.
I would say green spirituality is one dimension of the environmental humanities. And that in fact, even when I study literature and it makes me ask fundamental questions about who I am and what my relationship is to the planet, to me, that's a spiritual question. And it may be that a work of poetry raises that question or a kind of philosophical idea in me and causes me to contemplate that question. So I think for me, the study of environmental literature often guides me toward spiritual reflection. Other people, simply interact directly with the world, the natural world, with the social world, and in doing so, they find themselves consciously or unconsciously exploring questions of relationship, which are questions of spirituality. I know that not all spirituality is associated with formal religion, but religion, comes from the root legio in Italian, which means to connect. So to me, spirituality and religion are all about understanding relationships and interconnections. My particular way of trying to contemplate these kinds of questions is by exploring them through literature and then reflecting back on my own life and my place in the world. I want to say, if people didn't have a chance for me to answer their questions, they're very welcome to reach out to me by email and just send their question, write down their questions and send them to me that way. And I'll do my best to provide a quick question. I apologize for being long-winded and rambling on too long during the lecture and during these responses to some initial questions, but I appreciate the questions and would be happy to receive them through email, including the question about personal testimony workshops and what goes into writing a good op-ed piece and how to go about doing that. So again, thank you very much for all of your attention and for these really interesting questions.
Yeah, over to you, Dr. Deepa. Thank you, Dr. Scott-Slovich.
Thank you.
Now I request Sunita Chakravarti to take over. Dr. Nita Chakravarti. I think so. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Slovik. We will be definitely forwarding those questions to you, and some of them may be in touch directly with you. We really appreciate your spending so much of your time with us, and hoping to look forward to you in future. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Sir, Dr. Scott.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Nita Chakravarti here, and I'm really very glad to have been acquainted with you. Dr. Nilakshi Roy would like to thank you once again. Dr. Roy.
Yes. Good morning, Dr. Scott-Slovich, renowned scholar whose voice our scholars and participants, organizers, and other national and international experts were waiting to hear. Scott Slovich, you have illuminated this virtual space for the past hour and more with your plenary lecture. Your general introduction brought some of the participants not quite familiar with the area of eco-criticism in their scholarly ambit, I'm sure. Thank you for that. I am also grateful to the organizing secretary of this conference, Dr. Deepa Mishra of CHM PhD Research Center in English, who has already pointed out what an impact your words might have had on students and has very eloquently asked a very important question. Thanks for answering that so well. We didn't mind that you answered the questions fully and carefully. Your sharing of the open letter as well as the Bifrost collection was a reminder of how contemporary scholarship should be and the exact dimension of the applicability of eco-criticism in today's scenario, something which we are all grappling with in this conference over these 2 days. The reminders to the BLM, the lockdown economics, are what we are undergoing, say marginalization of and cruelty to other people and species, not quite perceiving probably, without being reminded by activists and scholars like you repeatedly about them. Your reference to empirical eco-criticism and even digital humanities will surely inspire students to take up their scholarship seriously and to wrench meaning out of events happening around us. Thank you, Dr. Scott Slovich, again for this stimulating and somewhat sobering plenary lecture. We are now overcome with this idea that we should indeed take our responsibilities seriously, especially in these trying times, however hard it is. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for those comments.
I now call upon Dr. Shyam Choitani, Assistant Professor, KET's Day-2.0 College, to introduce our second resource person in this session, Dr. Prantik Banerjee. Dr. Shyam, please.
Yeah, I'm here. It is indeed a pleasure. It's indeed an honor also to be given this responsibility to introduce a luminary called Dr. Prantik Banerjee. Dr. Prantik Banerjee is Associate Professor, Department of English and former IQAC coordinator at Hislop College, Nagpur. And his areas of interest are cultural studies, film theory, post-colonial studies, trauma theory, and disability studies. He's also interested in higher education policies and quality assurance frameworks. He has been a keynote speaker and resource person at several international and national conferences. He delivered the annual endowment lecture in Loyola College, Chennai, Jyoti Nivas College, Bengaluru, and was invited as a speaker by the Royal Bhutan University. His publications include one book, several book chapters, besides research papers in reputed journals. He is a published poet and a short story writer. His poems were featured in Sahitya Akademi's Indian Literature, PEN, Brown Critique, Kavya Bharati, Journal of Poetry Society of India, Little Magazine. He was featured as Poet of the Fortnight in Femina by Kamala Das. The Indian Express Nagpur edition ran a weekly column of his articles. He is a member of the Board of Studies, RTM Nagpur University, and a PhD supervisor. He was invited as an expert on the drafting committee of NCCI's higher education policy. He also presented the triennial conference statement of AIACHE at Christ University, Bengaluru. He has served as NAC expert and RUSA trainer and conducted many training programs for colleges and universities in India. He was also involved in the draft revision of the Kakodkar Committee report. He is a certified HRD trainer from TCS Bengaluru and has conducted several teacher and corporate training programs. Over to you, Dr. Prantik Banerjee.
Kindly unmute him. EP, kindly unmute him.
Yeah.
He is unmuted. I believe.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
First of all, thanks, Sham. Dr. Sham, first of all, and I think this is, this is the first time that we are interacting after you got the degree of PhD. So congratulations on this forum.
Thank you for that, sir.
It's almost, yeah, the one thing that immediately strikes me is that it's, it's a very surreal feeling to compare what we are doing today and probably what we did last year. I think when we were together, including Dr. Dinesh Nair and you and I, we were together in a conference, and so it's almost surreal. It's a surreal feeling to be together on a virtual platform. But then I guess this has become the new normal. Thank you. First of all, let me thank the colleges and the principals of colleges of Vaze College and Chunjunwala College and CHM College for having me over as to share my observations on what has been interestingly titled as the conference theme as literary studies in the corona virus terrain. I'm particularly grateful to the convener, Dr. Neeta Chakravarti, whom I've spoken a couple of times over the phone, and it is she who has been mailing me and corresponding with me. Of course, now my long-standing friend who was also my PhD examiner, Dr. Dinesh Nair. I can see you. Hello, good morning, sir. And so it's great to be together here once again and to be sharing some of our ideas and on the coronavirus terrain. From yesterday's pretty vast and all-encompassing talk that Dr. Dinesh Nair gave, I think I'm going to take it at a slightly micro level. And therefore, from jumbo tales with which he started yesterday, I'm going to take you, or rather take the participants along to a very microscopic, microbiological tale, because the title on which the topic on which I'm going to talk about is migrating microbes, traveling bodies, and border immunities in pandemic narratives. So from jumbo tales to microbial tales, this is what probably is a new terrain or a new pathway in the coronavirus terrain that I'm going to walk the talk with you all. Truly the ongoing COVID pandemic crisis has made the time out of joint. I mean, it is already causing a paradigm shift in the way we think of literature, the way we think of culture, the way we are thinking and experiencing life itself. The COVID-19 crisis is already being called as the defining moment of the millennium by literary and cultural theorists like Judith Butler and Slavoj Zizek. Butler, in a recent article which came out in the New York Times, connects the present pandemic to her theory of the human condition marked by precariousness and precarity, while Zizek, the irresistible Zizek, treats the disease not just as a medical malaise, a social malaise, or an economic malaise, but as an intellectual malaise, a malaise from which he says that we can only be rescued by what he calls a philosophical and social revolution. Friends, how has the COVID-19 impacted our lives? Well, the COVID pandemic has created what I call a culture of pandemonium. And let me quickly share my PPT. Just a minute. Yeah, like I said, my talk is going to focus on migrating microbes, traveling bodies, and border immunities in pandemic narratives. And yeah, so I was talking about how the COVID-19 has impacted our lives. And well, I personally feel that the pandemic has created what I call a culture of pandemonium. And a culture of pandemonium is a culture that is that witnesses or that is characterized by chaotic change and disorder, brought about by any cataclysmic event. The nature of these cataclysmic events could be either natural disasters, for example, earthquakes and famines and floods, or they could be man-made, like wars, for instance. Just look at how the COVID pandemic is threatening to break our society apart. Thousands of people dying, a struggling medical support system, a crumbling economy, and a disintegrating social order. Some experts have suggested that we are experiencing not one, but two disasters. I mean, there is the virus, and then there is the collapse of our social, our fiscal, and economic systems due to the lockdown. Uh, it appears to me that there is a third disaster being engendered by the pandemic, that of border sealing, racial and community profiling, xenophobia, and migrant suffering. In fact, most commentators have been speaking about the global disaster as a worldwide medical crisis, a health emergency, or a pandemic catastrophe, one that is threatening to decimate people, bankrupt economies, and dehumanize lives. True as this may be, there is more to the pandemic than meets the eye. Uh, First of all, it has made us acutely aware of how biopolitical borders, border securities and border tightenings and border surveillance, sanitation regimes and quarantine measures are actually enmeshed both in the pathways of the disease as well as in the roots of globalization. Uh, uh, there is a kind of an interesting interface that I read in the COVID crisis, the ongoing COVID crisis, between the overlap of the pathways of the disease with the roots of globalization. The second interesting trend that I, see in the from the COVID crisis is that, of course, I mean, the contagion has medical origins, but it clearly has unleashed a set of disturbing social tendencies, racial and communal profiling of patients, new geographies of disease with hotspots and color-coded zones, and a general social panic surrounding immigrants or migrants as carriers of the disease. In my talk today, I will explore how popular culture, and specifically Hollywood films and best-selling novels, not only express our cultural obsession with contagious diseases, but also express our fears and anxieties of a contagion. Uh, while infectious diseases have been around us since the very beginning of the Anthropocene age, their dramatization in popular pandemic narratives seem to contribute to an ecology of fear. By ecology of fear, I mean, I refer to the extent to which global outbreaks of contagious diseases have instilled fear within communities and caused behavioral cascades in social relations. Sometime in April, while we have been in lockdown, and I've been following a lot of writers that we love to follow and love to read, there was this very interesting article that came out in an e-magazine by Arundhati Roy, titled "The Pandemic is a Portal." And she talks about, there's this interesting passage which I related to the ecology of fear that I mentioned, how the pandemic, for example, is creating an environment of general paranoia and terror. And she writes in this essay titled "The Pandemic is a Portal," she says, who can use the term "gone viral" now without shuddering a little? Who can look at anything anymore, a door handle, a cardboard carton, and a bag of vegetables, without imagining it swarming with those unseeable, undead, unliving blobs dotted with suction pads, waiting to fasten themselves onto our lungs? Well, Roy was already articulating with what many of us were physically experiencing, shut in our closed spaces of home, where our workplaces seem to be now a distant memory. And all of this, when I was reading this article, I was reminded of Alvin Toffler, for example, and his book published so many years back, decades back, the book called Future Shock, where Toffler was talking about how in a post-industrial society, he defined the word future shock as meaning, as referring to a psychological state of fear that would be experienced not just by individuals, but by society, as a result of what he called post-industrial trauma. And by that he meant the causative agents of the post-industrial trauma that, according to him, would be information overload. So he talked about some of the symptoms that would manifest in post-industrial trauma, and he specifically mentioned about social disruptions, a disrupted social reality, and individual disorientation, and both these things are something that we are experiencing in real time today. So, in a sense, when Toffler was talking about future shock in a post-industrial age, today what we are experiencing, well, although the causative agent of Toffler's post-industrial shock is very different and has been reduced not from an industrial economical point of view, but by a microbe, by a pathogen. But nevertheless, the symptoms of extreme stress and a shattering of social reality and individual lives is something that makes the reality of Toffler's future shock very palpable, very no longer immanent, but very palpable and very, very experiential in today's time. So future shock has become a shock in the present today. Friends, in an age of hyper-social media and the unchecked circulation of information and misinformation, popular culture has become a powerful medium of magnifying as well as allaying our fears and anxieties. I mean, the dominant discourse of popular culture seems to project the natural environment as something hostile, something inimical to life, due to human intervention. It kind of projects bacteria, viruses, and other pathogens as predators sneaking around human bodies, waiting to unleash their devastating virulence, almost as acts of vengeance or wages of sin, because of the way in which we as human beings have interfered with nature. So, nature, environment, the world of microbes and the world of animals, monkeys, rats, bats, pigs, all seem to be involved in a conspiracy, sort of out there to get us. I mean, this is what I mean as a perception that comes out from popular culture. Especially, when I say popular culture, again, I'm referring to disaster movies and post-apocalyptic fiction. I mean, they seem to put forth the cold Darwinian logic of natural selection and survival, wherein evolution codifies happenstance into strategy. Indeed, films and best-selling fiction, I mean, the two most popular modes of information and entertainment, seem to dramatize the Darwinian struggle between humans and microbes as a contest, often an unequal one, in which, as the Nobel laureate Joshua Lederberg says, that humans seem to be pitted against microbial genes, that humans seem to be waging a war with microbes, and the only way, Lederberg says, that we can survive is because of our wits, mainly because of our wits. So, friends, in my talk, I wish to suggest that pandemic narratives of popular culture invite a far more complex interpretation, a far more refined interrogation than it appears at first glance. One reason I think this is so, because the fear of contagion, of social peril and panic in the narratives is often displaced onto what I call non-normative bodies, and to an anthropomorphized virus. And I will develop my hypothesis. I'll develop my thesis on the basis of two premises. The first premise of my thesis is that, that films and literary texts, they do amplify fear and anxiety of the contagion to a certain extent, but they also have a prophylactic effect on us, helping us to make sense and cope with an epidemic crisis. The second premise of my talk is that pandemic narratives show or describe outbreak sites not only as breeding grounds of deadly pathogens, but as contact zones of racial, cultural, and biomedical politics. Let me now jump into the topic by introducing the most important term that anchors my talk, and that is pandemic narrative. What is a pandemic narrative? A pandemic narrative, as I see it, is a narrative that repeats particular characters, images, and storylines to produce a formulaic narrative. I mean, it follows a standard storyline. All pandemic narratives, whether in films or in best-selling novels, popular novels, and I will be mentioning and I will be giving some examples from these popular culture, basically seem to follow a standard storyline. First, a spreading virus poses a threat to a community, then it unleashes panic and disorder, and the stories often end with the triumph of humanity over the bug. So in other words, a pandemic narrative is one that maps a trajectory from social pandemonium to social equilibrium. And pandemic narratives make use of certain rhetorical strategies and formal devices over and over again, and therefore they tend to become formulaic. In fact, these tropes have been used so prolifically in popular films and fiction that they provide an easily recognizable template of narration. So yet, despite their predictability, despite the fact that we can almost anticipate and chart their pandemic stories, audiences and readers, we lap up the narratives encoded with peril, because they are encoded with a peril that is both visual and visceral. So in a sense, it is both fear and fantasy that draws us, audiences and readers, to sort of tread the dread. Open Twitter, for example, and we'll see people talking about films like Contagion, Outbreak, and the Andromeda Strain. On Netflix, the documentary series Pandemic has also been trending in our lockdown times. So reading and watching popular pandemic narratives influence our social and cultural discourses. They enter into our conversations, they influence our thoughts, they determine our social behavior, and in a sense, make us respond to a disrupted, to an altered social reality in new ways. And of course, they also make for a lot of politics, but more about that a little later. Uh, Friends, just following the pandemic narratives, about the spread of a highly infectious disease is likely to lead us to either being fearful that things could get worse, or be comforted that this too shall pass and we shall overcome. So what is crucial here to understand is that pandemic narratives don't simply dramatize a contagion. They plot imaginary terrains of migrating microbes, traveling bodies, and border immunities. They also play out complex subtexts of migration, displacement, racism, and exploitation. Like I said, our popular culture, if you look at if you look at films and best-selling fiction that have emerged in the last 40, 50 years, there are plenty of examples that are examples of novels as well as films that focus on on a highly contagious disease and the trail of havoc and destruction that it leaves behind. So in a sense, our popular culture, as I was saying, is suffused with a number of best-selling novels and box office hit films that deal with a deadly contagion. Some of these examples are here. I put them on this slide. So from popular fiction, for example, Michael Crichton's The Andromeda Strain, Stephen King's The Stand, Geoff Ryman's The Child Garden, Nicola Griffith's Ammonite, Rose Saramago's Blindness, and a book that I recently read is this very interesting book by Geraldine Brooks called The Year of Wonders, which basically plots the storyline, takes the story back to 17th century England in the midst of the outbreak of a plague. So these are some of the examples from best-selling fiction. Well, examples from popular Hollywood films are so many. I mean, this is not an exhaustive list. These are some of the films, for example, that we probably would have watched during the lockdown. So Contagion, The Crazies, Outbreak, 12 Monkeys, 28 Weeks Later. I mean, if one were to do a Google, on films on pandemics, I mean, when I did research, so there were as many as 50 to 60 films that came out. Now that we have a working definition of the pandemic narrative and a few examples on the slide, what I will try to show is the manner in which these Hollywood films and best-selling novels challenge, contest, and reconfigure our fundamental ideas about contagion, about migration, about borders. And this I will do by critically examining their repeated use of a set of tropes. The kind of tropes that I said made pandemic narratives formulaic and predictable. So I'm going to look at the use of these tropes and what they uncover in drawing our attention to the intermesh between the migration of bodies and the migration of microbes. So the first trope of a pandemic narrative that I highlight is one that the pandemic narrative is most often a mythic narrative. I mean, it presents the story as an epic battle, a battle of human beings against cunning and deadly viruses. And the protagonist of these pandemic stories is often a medical professional or a research scientist, and he or she is shown to use intelligence, pluck, resourcefulness, and of course, expertise to detect, expose, and outwit a sly pathogen with a self-mutating ability. Let me give you an example from the film Contagion, which perhaps is the most watched lockdown film. The film came out in 2011, and it's a techno thriller, call it a medical thriller. The film, like other pandemic narratives, follows the havoc wreaked globally by a deadly virus dubbed MEV1, and the audience is taken on a nail-biting journey from the initial outbreak through the various and at times futile attempts to contain it, to a final breakdown of a society plagued by a culture rife with fear and suspicion. So the film presents a mythic narrative, and one of the characters, played by Kate Winslet, she plays the role of a U.S. epidemic intelligence officer who investigates the outbreak but loses her own life in the battle with the virus. So the film celebrates her as well as a few other major characters as heroic warriors, like the COVID warriors of today, and who are shown to fight to contain the contagion and save humanity. Now, one of the ironies in the film, perhaps unintentional, is to show how the unchecked border crossing of an epidemiologist traveling, and Kate Winslet is shown to travel between Washington and Minneapolis and Hong Kong, how the unchecked border crossing of an epidemiologist accelerates the transmission of the disease and becomes a threat to global health. So the film's visual sort of conflates the spread of contagion with the unchecked movement of people, that technologies of travel, that technologies of communication, the key drivers by which we define the very process of globalization have facilitated. In a sense, therefore, the narrative of pandemic in the film Contagion throws up what looks to me the internal contradictions of globalization and exposes some of its paradoxes. What is interesting about a pandemic film is that it projects the action using the common trope of an epic battle. So, we have heroic traveling humans who are pitted against maleficent migrating microbes. And the microbe is, of course, invisible, but it is attributed a diabolical intent, a mutating power, and therefore it is anthropomorphized. So there is this character from the film Outbreak who says that, a doctor who says that if you want to shake hands with one of these viruses, you had better wear a spacesuit. And that exactly is, films like Contagion, films like Outbreak, or for that matter, doctors and health professionals, the PPE that they wear is the one that is reflected or echoed in this comment. In the film Contagion, again, there is a medical scientist who, talking to another character, says, and he refers to the virus, and he says, the virus is figuring us out faster than we are figuring it out. So, there is this constant, the very vocabulary, the vocabulary that is used by the narrative sort of speaks of the microbe or the virus in human terms. And, this mythical element, therefore, becomes dramatized as an epic battle between humanity, its forces of science, technology, and medicine, and nature, which is anthropomorphized in the form of a microbe. But the crux of the matter is this. The humanity and its survival that the protagonist fights for is not an all-encompassing, inclusive humanity. It is a humanity of the West. And as I will show, this is one of the many ways in which many pandemic narratives are infected. They are contaminated with a sort of racial bias and prejudice. Friends, stories have consequences. And films and fiction are, influential transmitters in our circuits of culture because, as I said earlier, they affect our belief systems, they determine our values, and they also make us act in a certain manner with other people, with other social groups, with other communities. But coming back to, the trope of the pandemic being a mythical battle, mythical battles need not only noteworthy protagonists, but they also need formidable opponents, or rather antagonists. So after all, when we talk about mythical battle, when we talk about mythical battles, like the classical legends and classical stories, heroes need enemies. And this is an interesting thing that emerges out of pandemic narratives, that often the enemies in pandemic films and novels are not simply the invisible, chimerical pathogens. In fact, the dread and the threat from these microbes is often transposed, or is often allowed to migrate onto certain groups of people, certain communities, or certain individuals who are typecasted, social types. For example, migrants and travelers. Migrants and travelers who are outsiders, and therefore become the archetypal strangers, who in these pandemic narratives, as they are shown to cross borders and threaten immunities, are racially and ethnically stereotyped. So what is another interesting aspect of pandemic narratives is that these narratives often use medical and scientific facts, cases, situations, and terminologies in particular ways. And therefore, I said stories have consequences. This is especially true in the case of Contagion, and I will be using this as, I'll be referring to this film time and again, along with a few other films. During in the making of the film, in its production, the film Contagion was heavily invested in the science of epidemics for its background research. And during the course of its making, Steven Soderbergh, the film director, and his screenwriter, Scott Burns, regularly consulted medical experts. In fact, in a strange quirk of fate, one of the epidemiologists, or rather the epidemiologist, I forget his name, I think it was Lipkin, somebody named Lipkin. In a strange quirk of fate, Lipkin, the epidemiologist who was the consultant expert in the making of the film, himself tested positive during the pandemic. Interestingly, also after the COVID outbreak in March, in end of Feb and March, the cast, including Matt Damon and Kate Winslet and Scott Burns, the screenwriter, collaborated with the CDC in making a series of PSAs, that is public service announcements, to raise public awareness about the pandemic, about the COVID-19. So Soderbergh's Contagion, as I was saying, it so realistically depicts the trajectory of the virus and its vectors, the disease carriers, that it has acquired a sort of scientific aura in the process. And in fact, movie reviewers during the lockdown have given a statutory warning to its viewers saying that if you are panicked right now, give the movie a pass. After all, the film shows 26 million people killed by the fictional MEV1 virus. So this is the impact, or rather, this is the way in which films such as Contagion disseminate and infuse an environment which is absolutely gripped by peril and panic. And so fear is the major driver of the story. And all through the film, in fact, if you look at these IMDb posters on the net, don't talk to anyone, don't talk to anyone, don't touch anyone becomes a phrase that is repeated like a tagline of the movie. So and the cinematography of Contagion illustrates my point, the point that I'm trying to make, that pandemic films do amplify, they do intensify and circulate an environment of peril, an environment that is stricken by fear. The cinematographic technique illustrates my point, and the camera's slow panning and close-ups, as you can see if you just take a look at the slide and the close-ups of some of the characters in the film. So the close-ups hold our gaze on things that fill us with a sense of dread and foreboding. So in the film Contagion, scene after scene, the camera focuses on doorknobs and credit cards and empty glasses, napkins and handshakes, all of them indexical images of the contagion. There is a scene in the film where Kate Winslet, as I said, the epidemiologist, intelligence officer, she explains to the civic authorities why they must take emergency steps in order to check the contagion from spreading in New York. And so there is a scene where she's actually informing the civic authorities who still are not alarmed by the prospect of the disease being spreading into an outbreak, into a full-blown outbreak. So she talks about fomites. She lets them know exactly what fomites are. And fomites, as we now know, is an epidemiological term for how microbes migrate and spread contagion. And so the film also tracks the happenings of a single day of an index case. The first case in the film, or rather the first case that the film shows, is that of Beth Emhoff, of a character named Beth Emhoff, which played by Gwyneth Paltrow, and she is shown as she is an American corporate executive. What is interesting about while watching the film, and of course now talking about the film, is that we realize that when a traumatic event such as a worldwide contagion has disastrous consequences, global consequences, not only does the traumatic event alter the reality of the times, but it also makes demands on language, because language has to be stretched to accommodate a new reality. Neologisms have to be coined to reflect a new condition. So for instance, the COVID pandemic has created a new social lexicon. And words like super spreaders, patient zero, community spreads, comorbidity, flattening of the curve, all of these which belong, words and phrases that belong to the specialized discipline of medicines, of health sciences and medicine, has now entered into common parlance. So so when we talk about an index case, now we know what the film is showing. So the film shows Beth Emhoff, the character, who is an American corporate executive, and she travels from Macau to Minneapolis, wherein she visits a casino where she blows on a dice, has a drink at a bar, pays for the drink with a credit card, and touches a bowl of nuts. And these objects, we understand, are fomites infecting her with the virus. So the scenes depicting the path of human vectors of the virus are shot through with such scientific realism, with such factual authenticity, that they put viewers on the edge. And the ominous, the effect on the audiences or the viewers is amplified further by an ominous soundtrack, which also contributes to an impending sense of doom. So the camera lingers, with shots of airports, buses, shopping malls, hospitals, all pathways used by the microbe to migrate. So the cinematography, what makes Contagion such a, almost an alarming film to watch, is that the cinematography graphically manipulates the audience gaze, making the film's tagline, and the tagline is, nothing spreads like fear, hit us. This tagline, the film makes this tagline hit us both visually as well as viscerally. Well, Contagion also spikes audience fear by showing scenes of looting of supermarkets and arson on the streets, something that we read about in the very beginning of March, of toilet papers, people fighting each other over over stocking essential commodities, including toilet paper. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that films, as both entertainment and information, play on public emotions and thoughts. They are one of the most powerful agencies of controlling and directing mass behavior. And therefore, there is a need for us to consume both the medium and the message with a critical, discerning eye, and to be aware of the ideological agenda of popular culture. Because after all, as Zizek says in his latest book on the pandemic, titled The Pandemic, he says, growth for the sake of growth is also the ideology of cancer cells. Growth for the sake of growth is also the ideology of cancer cells. And this is precisely my point. Contagion, films like Contagion maneuver audience reception or audience response in two ways. First, in the process of visually showing situations that are threatening, the film also typecasts certain characters as threatening. Second, the film with its scientific or hyper-scientific realism leads us to believe that despite the film being a cinematic representation, an imaginative narrative, a commingling of fact with fiction, it is a narration of facts. And by doing so, the film problematizes the issue of truth claims in the public sphere. In the wake of the COVID crisis and the massive viewership of Contagion during the lockdown, there have been many write-ups on the film Contagion disclaiming its so-called factuality. So there is a problematic relationship between truth and fiction, between fact and fiction. And this is what I will take up in the next section. Friends, the history of human migration is coterminous with the history of microbial migration. And the story of humanity and the story of infectious diseases, I find it interesting. They have one common thread. Both involve actors who are mobile and actors who are born across borders in bodies. So pandemic narratives depict what are in actuality several pathways of migration of microbes. One migration is of human to human transmission of diseases, like for example, typhoid, yellow fever, tuberculosis. The second migration is from animal to human, as we witnessed, as we know, when, during the outbreak of SARS, MERS, Ebola. But sometimes the virus also takes an intermediary host, moving from one animal to another before reaching humans, as is supposed to be the case with the COVID-19 virus. Let me give you an interesting case of the first type of microbial migration, human to human, and its versions in its adaptations in popular culture. The case that I'm referring here on the slide is a very famous case in medical history called the Typhoid Mary, the case of Typhoid Mary. Typhoid Mary's actual name was Mary Malone, and she was an Irish immigrant who moved to the United States in the 1880s and then worked as a cook for many wealthy families in New York City. She was detected to be a healthy, or what we call an asymptomatic typhoid carrier. And again, I mean, the story of her being detected as an asymptomatic, healthy carrier or vector of the typhus, of the deadly typhus disease, itself reads like a whodunit. The facts of the case reveal that her detection as a typhus carrier, it was detected by a sanitation engineer who also, who also played out as a kind of a medical detective or a medical sleuth. And it was this sanitation engineer who was hired by a wealthy banker to trace the source of the contagion, to trace the source of the typhoid, the outbreak of typhoid, after 6 members of his own family contracted typhoid. So what is fascinating about Typhoid Mary's case is that when she was accosted by the law, she refused. In fact, she got physical with the police, with the authorities, and refused to comply with the quarantine orders of the New York State authorities. Using several aliases, she continued to take employment in many households and continued to spread the disease. When finally she was again found out by the health department, because as I said, she was, she continued getting employed, getting jobs as a cook by using aliases. So finally, when she was found out again by the health department, she was forced to go into self-isolation in a cottage on the North River Island, where she had to stay alone for 23 years until her death. So, nicknamed Typhoid Mary, Mary Malone is what I call the mythical archetype, a mythical archetype of the pestilent immigrant who comes from outside and infects a healthy American city, a healthy American society. So her unusual story, has inspired several novels and several movies. And as recently, in 2013, Mary Beth Keeney came out with a novel titled Fever, which was later on adapted and produced in 2017 as a film by the same name, Fever. In the 1990s, there were 2 films, one of them a telefilm on Mary Malone's life, and as you can see from the slide, very provocatively subtitled, The Most Dangerous Woman in America. So the thing about the film is that the narrative seems to portray her as a victim. Both the film and the fiction, the Mary Beth Keeney's novel. Whereas documented records of her case suggest that she went about willfully doing exactly what doctors told her not to do, to cook in other people's houses. So, her act of criminal negligence caused the death of several people of the typhoid virus. So here is an interesting example of a pandemic film whose take on a migrant transmitting a deadly microbe in a healthy society complicates the real facts of the case. In fact, the film compels audiences to react in extreme ways. Some would see the migrant as an unfortunate victim, while others might see the migrant as a sociopathic super spreader. Let us remember that the history of epidemics show that immigrants and migrants have not only been mythified as the archetypal stranger, but also scapegoated as the pernicious outsider, the pestilent other. The medical historian Alan Crott, and this is a very interesting book called The Silent Travelers, Germs, Genes, and the Immigrant Menace. So Crott coins the term medicalized nativism to describe how societies in Europe and America from the 16th and 17th century onwards have repeatedly stigmatized immigrant groups like the Chinese, the Italians, the Irish. Mary Mallon was an Irish, Haitians, by connecting them, by associating them with communicable diseases. And so, as you can see on the slide, one of the inside illustrations from the book is actually it's a cartoon which came out in a newspaper in the 1890s, and this is from a newspaper called The Wasp, and it shows, as you can see, the looming three figures. Well, it may not be clear from the slide. The resolution seems not to be very good, but basically the three figures are the haunting and terrifying figures of malarium, leprosy, and smallpox. So what is interesting is that according to Crott, the medical nativism that he talks about is not just about attributing a disease threat to an unfortunate group. The threat of disease from a socially marginalized group actually marks their social practices as a threat, as dangerous, and thereby projecting the intrinsic cultural differences of a marginalized group also as a potential threat to the majority host community. Notice how quickly the official rhetoric of the COVID-19 crisis in America was turned into a narrative of the other when President Trump called the COVID virus as the yellow peril. And this is precisely the vocabulary that has been repeatedly used right from, like I said, right from 17th and 18th century. And media coverage also has played up in an endless loop, visuals of the alleged primitive practices of the Guangzhou farms and the squalid conditions of Wuhan wet markets, convenient or rather eliding the fact that that even though they may be the originary places of the spread, but they were in the first place, places of poverty and squalor was already because of the very problems that development and globalization brings about. So returning back to pandemic narratives, the very visual grammar of the media, as I wish to point out, becomes a powerful channel for shaping and orchestrating public perception. I mean, we ourselves have witnessed something similar happening in our backyard, right after the first case, right after the COVID crisis came to India, the virus came to India, how frantically, how desperately each state was trying to find out, their own patient zero. In Wuhan, of course, now, now that we are talking about the pandemic in terms of waves, first wave and second wave, we know that it was a shrimp cellar. And now the second wave, in fact, has been traced to, in Beijing, has been traced to a delivery man. Friends, aren't we also in our own country, aren't we witnessing the same prejudices at play when migrant laborers and domestic servants are being unfortunately stereotyped as disease carriers and are now being treated as almost like untouchables. I mean, this is probably the worst case of medical nativism. Among the many tropes that I've already cited and given you examples, one of the tropes, therefore, which, as I said, kind of brings the focus back to the intermesh of the migration of bodies with the migration of pathogens, is that a pandemic narrative always seems to present the originating place of migrating microbes as geography of disease, as a topography of moral pollution. Pandemic narratives, I suggest, map the contagion terrain. They map the contagion routes and reveal a distinct bias about the origin of infectious diseases. Take the example of the popular Michael Crichton 1969 classic, Virus as a Killer Thriller, the Andromeda Strain, and many of us would have probably gone back to this book and reread it during the lockdown. The book was also adapted, was made into a top grosser film in 1971. What I find interesting is that the outbreak of the Andromeda in the Andromeda strain is of course caused the original novel. There is a sequel also called the Andromeda Evolution. So in the original novel, the outbreak is caused by no less than an extraterrestrial microorganism. But almost 50 years later, the sequel that came out is a book called the Andromeda Evolution, which traces the same virus named the Andromeda strain. It traces it to the African jungle, and of course now in a mutated form. And so the upshot of the immense success and popularity of both the original and the sequel is that the strain has become the Andromeda strain itself. The minute somebody talks about the Andromeda strain, it has become in the popular imagination a signifier for Africa, or crucially, for what Africa symbolizes, a place that breeds disease and contamination. So this is an example of how the trope of migrant microbes and traveling bodies used by pandemic narratives symbolically attaches to certain places a geography of disease, a topography of pollution. And I'll come to that word, topography of pollution. I'll explain a little further in a couple of minutes. So the point I'm trying to make is that contemporary popular fiction and films are replete with such tropes, which in a way continue to perpetuate the legacy of imperialist and racist narratives. They are like the discourse of colonial medicine and the colonial discourses on tropical diseases produced by Europeans in the 18th and 19th centuries. Both narratives, the medical discourse, the colonial medical discourse, and I'm connecting the dots, connecting them with pandemic narratives, are often inscribed with an inherent racist bias, particularly, ascribing to non-European places a pollution that is not only physical, but also a moral pollution. Conrad's Heart of Darkness continues to darken many a pandemic narrative in modern times. I think I'll skip this. Pressed, for at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near. These are two quotations, and maybe you could give a quick look particularly to the language and the idiom, the vocabulary. The first quotation is of course from not a fictional book, but this is it's a best-selling non-fiction book written by Richard Preston, The film Outbreak was based on Richard Preston's The Hot Zone. And he talks about a hot virus. He's talking about contagious diseases, and he talks about the origin of hot viruses in rainforests. What I find interesting, and also if you look at the second quote from again another best-selling non-fiction book, Another Unwelcome. It's talking about the outbreak that happened in Seoul a couple of years back. So it talks about the virus as another unwelcome immigrant. These passages obliquely, it seems to me, obliquely establish a particular place as a geography of disease. And so when Preston, for example, talks about the hot virus in the rainforest, he's suggesting places in South America, Africa, or Asia, and these become the originary points of an alarming contagious outbreak. Notice also the phrase in Preston's quote, that every city in the world is quickly shortlisted in the next sentence to Paris, New York, and LA. And so by locating the origin of the disease in third world countries and intercutting the narrative with images of the place as places ridden with poverty and squalor, Hollywood films seem to visually locate the disease bodies or the spreaders within the spatial and temporal locales of a sort of what I call pre-modernity. Such images reify the colonial relationship between first and third worlds as a relationship of scientific investigator and lab specimens. And the prevalence of this kind of a pandemic trope reminds one of the extensive circulation of imperial tropes in cultural discourses that Edward Said highlighted in Orientalism and culture and imperialism. We all know in these discourses, places in the East, Far East, and Near East, according to Said, were to the Western imagination sources of fear and fantasy. And such places were often linked not only to death, decay, and disease, but also to a certain moral turpitude, thereby stereotyping the locals or the natives as a savage race. So my argument is that popular films and fictions very often show infectious diseases to spread, to migrate from the primeval murk in Africa and Asia to advanced countries in the West, from the global South to the global North. It is seldom the other way around. A couple of more, maybe another couple of tropes that I would like to highlight, which one of the tropes, again, that I find as a distinguishing feature of pandemic narrative is border immunities and the association of border immunities with border promiscuity. The narrative is anchored on a trope that congeals border immunity with border promiscuity. And pandemic narratives frequently show that the contagion is transmitted by migrants or travelers who transgress and violate some moral code in the first place. Now, this transgression, this violation of a moral code could be, for example, in the form of, illicit sex, drug use or drug abuse, and arms trafficking. Well, let me give you an example again from Soderbergh's film Contagion. This is the opening scene from the film, and as you can see, Gwyneth Paltrow, the American corporate executive, she's on the phone while in transit, waiting to catch a flight. And what is interesting is the conversation, the dialogue that she has with a man over the phone. And I'm just going to read out quickly the transcript of this conversation. So, she answers the phone, and the man says, yeah, John Neal here. You just had sex with me in a hotel room. and left without saying goodbye. And Beth, the character Beth, says, yeah, and ended up being delayed. Sorry, I was panicking. The man says, if I don't get to see you again, I just wanted to say it was nice to see you again. And Beth says, it was nice to see you too. And listen, use the other email, the man says, listen, use the other email I gave you because that's the only secure one, okay? And Beth coughs. So the man says, are you all right? She says, yeah, I'm just jet lagged, maybe tired. And John, the man says, look, you should go home and get some rest. Hong Kong is a long way away. So in the next couple of scenes, we quickly realize that Beth's persistent cough and tiredness are in fact the first symptoms of the deadly virus infection. And most significantly, the movie projects Beth as the prototype of a successful international corporate who flies over international borders, who crosses different time zones as easily as one would surf on the net. But the triumph of globalization, celebrated in the figure of this cosmopolitan American corporate, is undercut by an underlying trope of pandemic narrative. And that is the trope of traveling bodies breaching border immunities by breaching some moral code. So the phone call, the one that I just read out, indicates that Beth has had a sexual liaison in transit with a man who appears to be a former boyfriend. And the scene therefore sexualizes her as well as the pathway of the contagion. So in the end, when the film returns us to the opening scene, to the same opening scene in a montage, it actually superimposes two kinds of audience cases. The epidemiological gaze with a sexualized gaze. So the scene, the underlying text that I read in the scene seems to suggest that the root of the pathogen, is as secretive as the course of illicit love or an adulterous affair. So migrating microbes move, break, and enter into profligate bodies. And the scandal of a pathogenic outbreak occurs together with the scandal of a sexual liaison. And therefore I say, the pandemic narrative seems to suggest there is a kind of a collapse or a conflation of racialized borders with sexualized borders as one of the tropes. As I have tried to demonstrate, that in pandemic narratives, the disease migrates almost without exception from the east to the west, from the global south to the global north. This cultural trope has played a part in producing certain social formations which have intensified already existing stereotypes of otherness. So this is a very interesting book, and I strongly recommend, for reading. David Nirenberg's, it's a very scholarly book on pandemics called Communities of Violence. And in this book, David Nirenberg points out that the plague, for example, that we know as the Black Death that struck the world in the 14th and 15th centuries, was taken to be a disease spread by minority migrant groups such as Jews and Muslims. I think I'm going to quickly make a few more observations, given the time that we have. The pandemic narrative is a perversion of medical history. We must remember that the history of colonization and the history of infectious diseases demonstrate a palimpsestic relationship, one layered upon the other. And from the beginning of the 16th century, the colonial occupation of native lands was accompanied by the import and export of several diseases. So while many tropical diseases like cholera, yellow fever were brought to England and North America by sailors, soldiers, and missionaries, medical histories of those times also established the fact that people from the old world made Red Indians, for example, native South Americans, vulnerable to a host of diseases that these people had never known, and therefore were not even immune to it. So studies have shown that the flow of contagion in case of epidemics was never unidirectional from the east to the west. And since the age of imperialism, pandemic diseases have always migrated in both directions. And this, therefore, is something that is problematic with pandemic narratives in popular culture. Pandemic narratives, seem to compulsively map the chain of contagion in order to cope with the fear and that the disease is everywhere and no one is safe. So there is a sort of what I call an epidemiological mapping, which serves as an agent of the surveillance and the monitoring and the regulating of the virus itself. This may be seen in the film Contagion again. I come to the end of the film, for example. I mean, the film actually follows a chronological order, and when the film begins, except with one minor exception, it takes us through the story as day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, except with one exception, and that is that the film begins with day 2, but in the end, it returns the viewer to day 1 in a flashback. And the flashback reveals the pathway of how Beth gets infected by the MEV1 virus. So in a quick montage, the flashback shows a bulldozer owned by a mega American corporation pulled down a banana tree while clearing a rainforest in China. It disturbs the natural habitat of bats, and one bat takes shelter in a pig farm and drops a piece of banana, which is eaten by the pig. So the pig is slaughtered and is brought to the kitchen of the Macau casino, where a chef handles it to prepare a dish. And it is this chef that Beth, as the slide shows, it is this chef that Beth calls out from the kitchen and shakes his hands, perhaps to compliment him. So this is day 1. But this signals the beginning of the end. But the fade out, the fade out leaves the reader with certain disturbing tropes of the pandemic narrative: the origin of the disease in Asia, the association of the place with wet markets, the manipulation of the viewer's perspective, and a sort of the apportioning of blame onto the other. So in a way, the contagious popularity of Contagion, of the film Contagion, hides the racial and ethnic contamination of the narrative. It reveals the film's deep investment in ideology and biopolitics. And so when films like Contagion and Outbreak, they fuse the pathway of a contagious disease with the location of a Chinese chef or a monkey from Africa, its visuality suggests a racialized origin, as well as a spatio-temporal location of the contagion. Many pandemic narratives seem to be embedded in the idea of a sort of a teleological progression from a diseased pre-modern third world to a modern, sanitized and immunized first world. I think I'm making good time, so this is the I hope that that in my talk today I've been able to demonstrate that films and fiction are rich sites that help us to interrogate the politics of contagion, the politics of disease carriers, the politics of border surveillance and border checks. By reading pandemic narratives, such as those of Contagion, films like Contagion and Outbreak, or fiction like The Andromeda Strain, What I've tried to demonstrate is the deep but invisible investment in cultural capital and ideology. My focus has been to uncover the ways in which issues of race, neocolonialism, globalization, the problematic aspects of globalization and transnational migration are all inscribed in the pandemic narrative of Hollywood films and bestsellers. And you know, notwithstanding their implicit or explicit agenda, films and fiction on pandemics do play a crucial cultural role. They engage, they amplify, they make us rethink about the migration of microbes, the migration of borders and border immunities. The final slide, I thought, well, it's not actually the final slide, it's the penultimate. It is a slide on final comments, but it's the penultimate slide. I thought I'll leave you, especially, you know, researchers among the participants, young researchers who probably would like to know of new areas that might come out of the intersections between pandemic narrative and the COVID crisis. So, you know, research in areas, for example, that allow us to, that invite a critical analysis of the relationship between pandemics and geopolitics. You know, what new forms of political belongings are engendered by global epidemics. This is one very interesting area for research. And you know, will Benedict Anderson's you know, nation of imagined community change into a nation of imagined immunity? Will the pandemic create new epidemiologies of belongings, of new migration routes? And finally, will our future, the future of mankind, be a safe and healthy future? I thought I'll you know, draw my conclusion by one interesting book that has come out called The Wuhan Diary, written by a very famous, one of the most celebrated and acclaimed Chinese writer named Fang Fang. This was actually a blog that she had started out writing in the month of January during the lockdown period. And it also provoked, it got her embroiled in a lot of controversy because of the kind of testimonies that she was giving in her reportage of the impact of you know, the abuse of power and the social injustice that was taking place within the Wuhan community of nearly 7 million people. But what I found interesting, what the Wuhan Diary does is, like the testimonial narratives that Dr. Slovich was talking in the previous plenary session. These are going to be the testimonial writings that probably will emerge out of the COVID crisis, which will perhaps be, you know, which will be the recorded, which will serve as a recorded history, which will serve as an archive, you know, as memorabilia or testament to the times that we are going through. So, you know, the quote, Fang Fang quotes from this book, that the virus is the common enemy of humankind, and that is a lesson for all humanity. And the only way we can conquer this virus and free ourselves from its grips is for all members of humankind to work together. And so, you know, both the experience of our pandemic crisis as well as the lockdown, all of us makes us wonder about the future, which seems to be so unpredictable and so uncertain. And so, you know, maybe years from now, we will be, you know, when we remember this incident, when we remember these times, we would be telling our children or our grandchildren, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. I request Shyam to please take up the questions in the chat box.
Yeah. the participants could post their questions in the YouTube chat section, from which I'll read it out for Dr. Prantik Banerjee. There are many compliments for Dr. Prantik Banerjee's talk.
Thank you, Shyam. Thank you, participants.
There is a mention of the parallelism between the pandemic narratives and migration.
Yeah.
So if you could throw some light on that, sir. Parallelism between pandemic narratives and migration.
Well, like I said, the very premise of my talk has been that when we talk about migration, we are not just talking about the migration of human bodies. Migrations take place in many shapes and forms, and the reason that we are so much into the very discourse on health science and medicine science suggests that the history of the transmission of diseases is coterminous. It coexists with the history of the migration of human bodies. And one of the paradoxes of globalization is that on the one hand, the vectors of transportation and communication has been so facilitated by globalization. We all are now, networked and what we call networked in a global village. But at the same time, we are also prone, we are more vulnerable than ever before to the threat and outbreak of microbial infections. And therefore, what I have suggested through the examples that I've given of pandemic narratives is to suggest that that the visual images, that pandemic narratives do create a plethora of myths and metaphors. Myths and metaphors. Now, these myths and metaphors which circulate and help us, which make our social discourse play a huge influential role in, there is a kind of a transfusion between the sciences, between popular culture and the manner in which we converse in our social discourses about a disease, about an epidemic.
There is a question from Meera. She says, a body that carries a contagion microbe instills fear in others, and quite ironically, it makes the diseased body a site of power with potential to destroy others. What are your thoughts on this, sir?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting observation which merely reinforces, the point that I'm trying to make, that that intimacy, again, it's a paradox. In a highly ironical way, it suggests that intimacies of bodies make our bodies more vulnerable. The human touch, which in fact has now become so susceptible and under so much of surveillance itself. On the one hand, as human beings, we are social animals, and the one that distinguishes us is to be able to interconnect, to be able to communicate with each other, to be able, bodies touch, bodies need to be intimate. But at the same time, the argument that I was trying to make through pandemic narratives is a certain, is a certain ideology which suggests that not all bodies matter in the same way. Some bodies are expendable and other bodies are not.
Dr. Neeta, do we have time for one or two more questions?
I think we can take one more if you want. One more we could have.
Okay, it's actually very difficult to find a question amongst all these compliments that Dr. Prantik Banerjee is getting. Yeah. Shouldn't we stop playing this game of political correctness in the middle of a pandemic?
The word political correctness, after all, we all are living in a post-truth age. And the word political correctness, again, has many, it's a very complicated, problematic word. What is correct and what is incorrect. And I therefore, I ended with Fang Fang's Wuhan Diary, specifically because I'm more interested in how, what kind of new kinds of writings that will emerge out of this pandemic crisis. Because it is these writings, like Fang Fang's Wuhan Diary, which probably will challenge, contest, and give us counter narratives to the official rhetoric, to the official discourses. So, and that is the meta function of literature itself, to uncover what is being covered. So political correctness the purpose of literature is to dismantle or to destabilize what we mean by political correctness. And there will be, we all can anticipate that there will be many such writings which will uncover for us the many stories and the many tragic stories of inhumanity, and maybe therefore such kind of writings. I've always believed that great crisis produces great literature, and therefore we will find that it is these writings that will emerge as a counter narrative to the political correctness, to the rhetoric of political correctness.
I have a little something to add, and if Dr. Prantik could address that.
Please go ahead.
For the prophylactic effect that I have been looking for during this pandemic, I have turned to some texts for a healing effect. They are The Children of Men, the film.
Okay.
And one is, the other one is The Calcutta Chromosome, a novel of fevers, deliriums, and discoveries by Amitav Ghosh. And also The Plague by Albert Camus, and a fantastic epic by John Steinbeck, The Grapes of Wrath. So these texts have had a healing effect on me to a huge extent. If you could, in very short, talk about the healing effect of these kind of literatures.
Well, plague, what we call plague literature or pandemic literature, there are, the one book that I went to immediately during lockdown is to bring out my old copy of Viktor Frankl's In Search of Meaning. Viktor Frankl, of course, Holocaust survivor, right? And although his book is not about a pandemic crisis, it is about, as a survivor of the Nazi Holocaust. I think these are books, and this is the purpose of literature, that we return to literature, we embrace literature, we seek out literature, especially in times of crisis such as this, only because it is literature that gives us hope, it is literature that gives us solace, and it is literature that has a cathartic effect on us. So all the books that you mentioned, and I'm not surprised that you mentioned Amitav Ghosh's Calcutta Chromosome. Well, here is a link between Shyam's PhD thesis and mine. We both worked on Amitav Ghosh. Yeah, Calcutta Chromosome, of course. Yes. But I was more interested in taking up, popular fiction. So I could have included these maybe in another talk, But it's an interesting terrain to look at Calcutta Chromosome as a paradigmatic text of a pandemic narrative. It's for Shyam to take it up.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Thank you once again, Neeta Madam and Dr. Nair and all the participants.
Okay,
thank you for being with me.
I thank Dr. Prantik Banerjee for his scholarly remarks on the pandemic and the cultural landscape. By using microbe as a template of analysis, he walked us into the domain of popular culture. He also critiqued popular culture's over-gothification of microbes and animals. Thanks, Dr. Banerjee, for effectively defining and spelling out the tenets of pandemic narrative. I'm sure all our delegates would join with me in saying that your discourse has been an important cultural and academic moment in identifying and launching the pandemic turn in humanities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neeta ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
We now look forward to proceeding to the next part of our webinar. In the next phase of our webinar, we have a panel discussion moderated by Dr. Nilakshi Roy. The panelists are Dr. Savita Sukumar, Assistant Professor, GM Momin Women's College, Alumnus, Srimati CHM Research Center. Miki Barua, Research Scholar, Srimati CHM Research Center. Mr. Vineet Krishnan, Research Scholar, KT's V.G. Vaze Research Center. Madhumanti Dasgupta, again a Research Scholar, KT V.G. Vaze College. Shanti Polamuri, Research Scholar, Ram Niranjan Jhunjhunwala Research Center. Maria Sheikh, Assistant Professor and Research Scholar, RJ College Research Center. I now call upon Professor Anand Pandare, Assistant Professor, Srimati CHM College, to introduce the moderator of the panel discussion, Dr. Nilakshi Roy.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I cordially welcome you all for the last session of the International Conference on Literary Studies in the Coronavirus Terrain. It's my great privilege to introduce the moderator of today's panel discussion, Dr. Nilakshi Roy. Dr. Nilakshi Roy is the Associate Professor and the Head Department of English, V.G. Vaze College, Mulund, Mumbai. Dr. Nilakshi Roy has a doctoral degree in British Asian Women's Fiction from the SNDT University, Mumbai. Her areas of specialization are diaspora theory, Indian writing in English, and culture studies. Her research interests and research supervision include theory of postmodern fiction, disability studies, life studies, visibility studies, and spatial criticism. She has presented and published more than 20 research papers and published articles in international peer-reviewed journals such as Mejo, South Asian Review, SART Review, Critical Review Series, and renowned publications such as Rawat. Her presentation at Oxford Multidisciplinary Conference on Fashion was followed by publication in a journal on fashion and has multiple citations. She has also co-authored and edited books for the University of Mumbai, linguistic and stylistic analysis of text and literary theory. Her research articles include writing on British Asian fiction, style, language, construction of identity, socio-political realities of the immigrant experience in Britain, engagement with mental health issues in the context of race and migration. Her several other writing on culture studies, oral history, fashion, and film include changing avatars of the choli in India, blouse to high fashion garment, fashioning heterotopia, the Kala Ghoda Arts Festival, co-curricular activities as agents of social responsibility, challenges and read ahead, building strengths and fostering virtues for the self-enhancement, college activities and life skill development. Oh, beloved kids, if my boy Jack and the children, a few of Rudyard Kipling's personal and public engagements with the First World War, seeing is not believing, social invisibility in Salam Bombay, history, her story, Mata Hari and Madeline Noor. She has been teaching at the
Are you there, Anand?
Anand, you might reduce the introduction because let us not take time away from the scholars themselves. So I'm happy with this introduction. Vinita, with your permission, might I begin?
Okay, now I request the moderator and the members of today's panel discussion to take the charge of the session and start the proceeding. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Anand, for that very generous and detailed introduction, for which I do not believe there was so much need. However, today we meet a bright young panel of research scholars responding to the major themes of the conference. I hope I am clear and audible to everyone.
Yes, madam.
All right. Very responsibly, very sensibly, and with a sound intellectual discipline and rigor, these 6 scholars have brought to this space a wide range of scholarly responses. It is difficult to be fulsome in praise of students who, with you are with in a panel, but what must be said at the outset or never at all. Let me request the videos and audios of these members to be unmuted, and so that they can present alongside my screen share. I will be sharing their screens. Let me first introduce these scholars to you. Please say hello, Madhumanti Dasgupta. Madhumanti Dasgupta, please say hello. Let her video and audio be unmuted. Yeah. Madhumanti, can you hear us? TP, kindly unmute the participants. Madhumanti Dasgupta first.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's it. So can you see her and hear her? That's what I want. Maria Sheikh from RJ Center. Maria, please say hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Miki Barua from CHM Center, a student of Dr. Pratima Das. Please
hello,
introduce
everyone.
yourself. Yeah,
a very good afternoon to all.
Right. Vineet Radhakrishnan, Dr. Vineet Radhakrishnan, freshly baked from the ovens of Vaze College, a student of Dr. Sushmita De, former head of department and a friend always, who might be with us here now, I'm not sure. Vineet, say hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, hi. And Dr. Savita Sukumar from the CHM.
Hello.
Center. Yeah.
Hello and good
Dr.
afternoon.
Deepa Mishra, yes, hello. And Shanti Pulamuri from the CHM Center, who is supervised by Dr. Neeta Chakrabarti.
Good afternoon. I'm from the RJ Center, ma'am.
You're from the RJ Center, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Very good
today
afternoon.
they present their short but very well-researched papers in the form of a dense presentation in the order in which I just introduced them. And then they will respond to each other, to the central ideas that they have proposed, to see how their work actually is a part of a dialogue. And then the panel will also take questions if you have any. Please ask questions to the entire panel. If you wish to ask specific panelists, let that be known by your initial address. So we will begin the panel right now in a kind of alphabetical order with one exception, which you will see later. So Madhumanti Dasgupta will begin this panel with her brief talk on reimagining the man-nature bond, reading bioregional consciousness in Pablo Neruda's Elemental. Are you comfortable, Madhumanti?
Yes, ma'am.
Sound right? Okay, start.
A warm afternoon to the dignitaries present on the second day of the International Web Conference on Literary Studies in the Coronavirus Terrain, Reading Peril, Environment and Normalcy. Thank you, Nilakshi ma'am, for the very generous introduction. I'm Madhumanti Dasgupta, Assistant Professor at R.K. Talreja College, Ulhasnagar. I'm also pursuing my PhD from V.G. Vaze College under the research supervision of Dr. Dinesh Kumar Nair. I'm extremely honored to be a part of this panel discussion at such an esteemed platform. The broad area of my research is bioregionalism in the love poems of Pablo Neruda. My paper explores similar themes in the odes by the same poet and forays into the relevance of reading the odes in the backdrop of disrupted nature and the resultant pandemic. The title of my presentation is Reimagining the Man-Nature Bond, Reading Bioregional Consciousness in Pablo Neruda's Elemental Odes. These are some recent headlines from The Guardian which indicate environmental degradation and estrangement of man and nature as the underlying causes of the pandemic. There are narratives which point at theories of biowarfare seemingly undertaken by global superpowers in their urge to terrorize the rest of the world through military, cultural, and economic hegemony. Today, as the human race masks itself against the microbial entity of COVID-19, a toxic component in nature, which may or may not be man-made, it is also going through an ideological lockdown, attempting to reorient its ideas of the social, economic, and ecological nexus. This is the time to grow out of our anthropocentric facades and embrace greener and sustainable ways of inhabiting the earth in the post-COVID world. A very valid question that arises at this juncture is, what could be the first step in building such a consciousness? I propose bioregionalism with its various paradigms such as re-inhabiting, rereading, reimagining, and renewal as a holistic process that could be followed in order to rebuild the man-nature relationship that has been severed long ago. Re-inhabiting is about learning to live in a place that has been disrupted through past exploitation. Rereading is about revisiting bioregion through stories of sensual experience of that place. And attentiveness to detail would entail an intimacy with the immediate environment. Reconnecting to place, a re-seeing of places and experience is what reimagining is all about, which also builds up a self-place relationship and a self-based identity. Renewal, finally, is about learning and researching the presence of such a place in literature and other allied studies. These bioregional principles may be identified in the Odes of Pablo Neruda, where he celebrates mundane things in nature like an onion, an artichoke, a lemon, or even the sunlight falling on the sea by defamiliarizing them. Neruda's mode of operation is a reimagining of familiar spaces. The lockdown is an incubation period preparing the human race for graver environmental challenges, and reading verses of Neruda in this period of stasis, which actually arm us for positive mobility in the path of sustainability. His odes open up uncharted spaces shared between man and his environment, and once man is made aware of the sensory richness of his environment, he begins to dwell, re-inhabit, and reconnect with his bioregion. Coming to the odes under scrutiny, the two odes to lemon and to light in the sea. It is indeed remarkable how in Neruda's odes, a commonplace object such as a lemon assumes sacredness in vehicles of comparison such as cathedral and altar. Knives sliced a small cathedral, drops oozed topaz, altars cool architecture. It may also be envisioned as a record of cultural and artistic conjunction. It juxtaposes the celestial and the sensual, and in a lemon, a cosmic planet is made truly palpable. Coming to the light on the sea, which has many interesting bioregional aspects like the light imagined as poppies, which are planted along Chile's railway tracks, which are drought resistant and are therefore perfect for stabilizing tracks, are in turn given and endowed with a semiotic agency in the last lines of the poem, which says, "Each day your petals, your eyelids, the flash of your purity, may expand our vision and teach us to see the sea, wave by wave and flower by flower." It also, the odes also endow a kind of agency on light to allow the human race to help us reimagine, re-inhabit the landscape and seascape, at the same time facilitate a renewal of the man-nature bond. I would like to conclude my short presentation with a very interesting quote by a poet and bioregionalist, Gary Snyder. He says, "I want you to write your address using only bioregional nomenclature, as if to say that it is better to keep other concerns like cartographical concerns and geopolitical concerns aside." Thank you very much for listening so patiently to me.
Thank you so much, Madhumanti. I wish that you would now stop sharing your screen. And I call upon the next participant, Maria Sheikh, who is going to present a very interesting take on eco-psychology and take us to the not very distant past of the Holocaust and to a very contemporary healing presence of nature amidst us. So over to you, Maria. Is Maria shaking? Yes, Maria. Hello. Maria, are you ready? Can anyone get in touch with Maria? Maria's video is muted. I'm going to ask her to unmute. Yes, asked her to unmute herself.
She's unmuted, ma'am. Only she's already unmuted.
She's unmuted? Oh, I can see it as not muted. She says she will start video later. Okay. I'm asking. Should I run her video if she's not able to? Maria, should we run your video in case you're not able to?
Madam, can you go to the next one? I'll just call her up in the meantime.
All right, yeah. We'll go then next to Mickey Barua. Mickey Barua, will you please come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Mickey has done something very interesting for us. She has done a review of a blog, actually a few blogs, which have been written recently, obviously, on the consequences of COVID-19 on the environment. And I thought it was a very, very important contemporary reference, which all of our speakers in the plenary sessions have been alerting us to, you know, how to remain contemporary, how to engage with the lived reality around us through our theoretical interventions and our understanding of literary and non-literary discourse. So over to you, Mickey.
Yes, ma'am. I'll share the screen first.
Yes, please, start.
I think, yes.
That's it. Start from the beginning, please, if that's all right, because it just helps us to have a better view of your slides.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead.
A very good morning to all. I, Mickey Barua, working as an assistant professor in the Department of Humanities at Vidyalankar Institute of Technology, first of all, would like to thank the organizers of the two-day international web conference for giving me an opportunity to deliberate on this very pertinent topic. I am also a research scholar working under my guide, Dr. Pratima Das, Head of English Department, CHM College. My topic is blog review, that is, the understanding of blog in the context of the pandemic. Planet Earth as a natural habitat of the mystifying variety of flora and fauna has always been an important subject for poets and prose writers. Nature generally functions as background or a theme of place and time on which the artifacts of culture, products of society like poems get evolved. Hence, in light of this, it would not be incorrect to draw and even conclude that the survival of different forms of art are directly linked to the sustenance of nature in our surrounding environment. But the question now is, are we doing enough in this direction to ensure the longevity of the nature surrounding us today? With this thought, I would like to proceed with my presentation in a somewhat analytical manner. as you can see this particular slide, today the only words which come home to everyone's lips, minds and hearts across the globe are either COVID-19 or coronavirus. Since the initiation of the lockdown across India on May 18, 2020, majority of us have developed the art of living through the screens of the electronic media. That is, we have become screenagers, observing the video footages, scrolling through the reposted statements and infographics across the net. Maybe everybody was so concerned with the things that were directly impacting them that there was a limited area of concern towards how nature was negotiating the perils of COVID-19. However, if you look at these snaps, we have a mixed feeling. Is the outcome of this pandemic a blessing in disguise for nature? Now, as you can see here in this presentation, I will try to analyze the coronavirus pandemic on the environment from three different perspectives using the literature contained in some very interesting blogs available on the net that I happened to find during the current lockdown. The first blog I selected to present my point is on a very humorous note with a joke going around on social media that has the climate crisis talking to the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate says, "Hey, congratulations on all your success. Can I get the name of your publicist?" Now, this wry humor plays up one of the very troubling ironies of celebrating the 50th anniversary of Earth Day amidst the global pandemic. Because Earth Day is an event which is designed to call attention the global environmentalist, but ironically, it has been upstitched by a crisis like COVID-19, and it has created a massive behavioral change. So for many environmentalists like me, the contrast between our relatively rapid and comprehensive response to COVID-19 and the lackluster and very dull societal response to the climate crisis is disheartening. Now, the photos of reduced smog in China, unpolluted canals in Italy, and wild animals roaming the streets of United States have been shared all over the Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter over the past few weeks. Now, yes, of course, it gives us hope to a very demoralized global population. But another blog, as you can see on the slide, released as "The Unexpected Environmental Consequences of COVID-19" on 3rd April 2020. Now, these very images are some of the countless examples of the harmful misinformation that is spread. Now, to begin with, just to illustrate a few examples, the pandemic has led to the abandonment of many environmental sustainability programs. In the United States, like smaller municipalities have halted recycling programs due to the risk associated with the spread of the virus. And likewise, Italy has banned infected residents from sorting their waste at all. And many restaurants are no longer accepting reusable containers. And in early March, we all know Starbucks announced a temporary ban on using reusable cups. And in addition to all this, there have been an increase in medical waste, like the personal protective equipment that healthcare professionals are using. They can be worn only once. So in Wuhan, 200 tons of waste per day have been produced during the outbreak compared to an average of 50 tons prior to this pandemic. So looking at these numbers, what I feel is that even if mass isolation were aiding in the reduction of climate change, it would not be a sustainable way of cleaning up the environment. Now, going to this blog titled "Going Local for Climate Action," posted by Prerna Mehta and Himanshi Kapoor on June 10, 2020, is an attempt to draw a striking similarity between COVID-19 and climate change on the basis of their global nature requiring all stakeholders to work together. What they want is that we all should work together through both of them are different because climate change was a gradual crisis. So the question is, as the economy is now, as you can see, they have started to rebuild in the new normal. Is it not essential to assess our readiness, not just while responding to crises like COVID-19, but also to the growing impacts of climate change. Another interesting blog that had caught my attention was related to the lessons from COVID-19 on reducing India's environmental pollution on 4th May 2020. Here, the originator, Mr. Vinay Trivedi, he proposes very novel ways. I will go in a very brief way. What he wants to say is that there is a pattern which has emerged from analyzing the approach of different countries. Like, as we can see, the countries which have accepted the problem to be a very serious one, and the rich economies which have delayed in accepting the problem, they failed miserably. So based on this approach, the question which Vinay Trivedi has tried to ask is that, can we in India resolve one of the country's critical issues, environmental pollution? But the first thing which he wants to tell, in fact, to all of us is that, have we accepted the problem like we have accepted COVID-19 as a problem? Acceptance should be the first thing which should be in the minds of the people. And the second thing is, have we communicated to people the seriousness of the problem? Because air pollution is, after all, a silent killer. Unlike COVID-19, have we communicated with people about the air pollution using a separate portal, or the actions about the health precautions advisory? So all these things, Vinay Trivedi has tried to find a corollary between the different countries. I would finally like to conclude with another blog titled, How is COVID-19 Impacting the Environment Around Us?, published by Karthikeya Saigal on April 6, 2020, which says the takeaway from this COVID-19 is that the nations will come to grips with the coronavirus. But it is important for us that we implement the environmental, transport, and industry regulations on priority, because the international community, as it is fighting to regain a new normal, ought to take into consideration the enlightening results of the pandemic, because the environment for once bounced back faster than we thought it could, and it would be downright irresponsible to let our knowledge today take a back seat once the social distancing and nationwide lockdowns are no longer required. So this is something very, very important, that our knowledge about coronavirus should not take a back seat. So that was all about the different blogs. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas on this platform. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, Mickey. That was a very, very interesting presentation, and alerts us to our responsibility to read these kinds of blogs and take them into our critical thinking. I now invite Maria, who had not been able to share her screen earlier. Maria, please start sharing your screen, and Mickey, kindly stop sharing your screen. Yes.
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, Mickey, it is okay. Maria still has to show her
Thank you,
screen. If she's not able to, then I will show from my screen share. Maria, are we going to have your screen? Please unmute yourself. I've been asking you to unmute yourself. Unmute.
Actually, I'm having a lot of difficulty in sharing the screen.
All right. Shall I do that then? Okay. I will share the screen. I will share my screen. Yes, Maria, I will follow you as you speak. So just tell me to go to the next slide if you have any difficulty. All right?
Yes. Yeah. A very good day to everyone. I'm Maria Sheikh from Ram Niranjan Jhunjhunwala College. I'm doing my PhD on crime fiction under Dr. A.P. Pandey. My topic is pandemic fears, the human psyche, and nature's healing touch in literature and eco-psychological perspective. Can we go to the next slide, ma'am?
Yes.
The basic principle of eco-psychology is that it deals with the wonderful association of the human psyche with other human beings and nature. One of the most important point in this paper from the purview of eco-psychology is to examine the role of the human psyche in subduing nature and other human beings, therefore bringing about the destruction of the whole natural habitat. Next slide, please, ma'am. So, in order to understand how people use their intellect to subdue other human beings, I refer to the present outbreak of coronavirus pandemic, which has triggered discrimination at different levels, from slum dwellers and maids to religious and racial discrimination at the national and global level. These marginalized groups are regarded as carriers of the virus. Now, this has a striking resemblance to the condition of the Jews as in the Holocaust period, as Hitler labeled them or the Jews as carriers of viruses and plagues. Now, an eco-psychological reading of Holocaust writing brings to light how Hitler was obsessed with the idea of a pure German race. And he also influenced the people of his nation into accepting his racial ideology. He also manipulated nature by exploiting the geography, climate, and topography of nature to slaughter the whole Jewish community. For example, Elie Wiesel's memoir Night describes the burning piles of human bodies, burial pits, and mass graves in dense forests, which have defiled the pristine beauty of nature. These painful memories have hurt the Jewish mind, and it has also created psychic wounds in the soul of nature. Next slide, ma'am. Now, this slide shows that war is not for humankind because killing human beings disrupts the whole natural order. The killing of millions of Jews is equal to the mindless destruction of natural species and human beings. And this can be related to the present times when the whole world is driven by overconsumption and materialism. During the lockdown period, every individual has realized that the whole biosphere is moving into a pandemic realm worse than today. Therefore, people have turned to nature to heal themselves. So in literature, we find nature therapy or ecotherapy operating at different levels. Nature therapy or ecotherapy includes animal assisted therapy or spending time with animals, eco dream work, horticulture therapy or growing plants, wilderness therapy or spending time in the wilderness of nature. So now let us analyze the poem Wild Soul by an anonymous writer from the eco-psychological perspective of nature therapy. So let me read it out to you. Wild Soul. Life is short. Don't spend it in a box. Add a little wildness to your soul. To catch your dreams, a floating cloud. To lose your worries, a silent lake. To find your calm, a friendly forest. Staring at a box. Don't stay stuck. Add a little wildness to your soul. To still your mind, a singing stream. To fill your heart, tiny flowers. To tune your soul, a wandering trail. To nature we return, bound in a box. Before you go, add a little wildness to your soul. So the poem Wild Soul is a wonderful example of ecotherapy or nature therapy. The poem has a therapeutic effect because nature heals our troubled psyches. Nature has everything. It has a floating cloud to catch your dreams, which implies the working of dream therapy. The friendly forest, flowers, and the singing stream imply the practice of the wilderness therapy for healing the psychic wounds of the human soul. So to conclude, we are facing the coronavirus pandemic because powerful people dominate other human beings and nations, and they destroy natural resources in order to further their own political goals. Natural landscapes painted in literature connects them to nature so that they give up their selfish motives and recognize their own place and that of their fellow human beings in the natural order of the creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for this very illuminating, very interesting presentation. I now invite Vineet to now start his video and address us, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm stopping my screen share so you can start.
All right, all right.
That is the video screen that you're showing. We need to see this one. We need to see, are you showing this one? Okay, all right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The PowerPoint presentation, ma'am.
All right, okay.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is. It is. You're audible and this, no problem. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Vineet Institute Matunga. Ma'am, thank you for this opportunity. The title of my presentation is Marginal Men as Unsung Eco-Heroes in Pandemic Time. As we know, in India, positive cases of COVID-19 have been increasing rapidly since the first outbreak, which was reported in Kerala on January 30th. The pandemic had put the country under prolonged lockdown since March 25th. During this lockdown, some specific group of people, doctors, nurses, health workers, police personnel, security staffs, and so on, have been working around the clocks to save our lives. Of these groups, the one group that rarely receives appreciation for their service are the sanitation workers. So today, I would like to talk about the ground reality of this issue in context to post-COVID-19, and then relate it with the literary works which deal with the socio-political situation in the backdrop of pandemic. As Prantik Banerjee sir rightly said, big crisis produces great literature. Sanitation workers are the mostly from marginalized section of the society. They are often forced into this occupation because of their caste. Compared to other groups who are at work during lockdown, the sanitation workers, especially manual scavengers, who are generally men, are the most vulnerable because they come in direct contact with the several kinds of waste which are hazardous if exposed to even otherwise. Imagine them working without any safety measures in this horrifying situation of pandemic. Not only do the sanitization workers deal with cleaning and disposal of waste from our living premises, they also have to deal with the cleaning and disposal of medical waste. During pandemic, direct contact with the waste make them more prone to viruses, and they may infect their family members as well. The guidelines of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has given clear instructions to municipal authorities that sanitation workers should use personal protective equipments, N95 masks, gloves, coats, boots, sanitizers, and so on. But the question is, are these workers who work under municipal corporation being provided with adequate safety measures against COVID-19? The facts reported from the ground have not shown an affirmative response to this question. So I would like to read a report from an Outlook magazine, which was reported on May 27, 2020. Last year, a Supreme Court bench had pulled up center for failing to do away with manual scavenging, while also not providing the existing sewers workers with proper protective gear and equipment. The status quo has become grimmer in the light of novel coronavirus. While the virus strikes one and all without any discrimination, experience tells us that it is always the most vulnerable section of a caste system-driven society which suffers the most. As the union government imposes a stringent, all-encompassing lockdown of the citizenry, it yet again does a mask of cold indifference to the plight of sanitation workers and manual scavenging community during such trying time. Now, ordinarily, an average sanitation worker, including a manual scavenger, is exposed to fumes of extremely noxious gases and infections while clearing out septic tanks, dry latrines, dead animals, and picking up feces. As the use of masks, gloves, sanitizers multiply, so does the amount of infected biomedical waste. So it is, considering their socioeconomic status, it is impractical to expect them to have sanitizers or even clean water and soap to wash off the virus. In New Delhi, many other parts of the country, sanitization workers work without mask or gloves and have been assigned to disinfect and sanitize outside the homes of known coronavirus patients. Just as doctors and nurses are the frontline workers in the pandemic, the sanitation community too has a dangerous task of washing out the virus. Yet this community is left alone, festering the disease and sickness. So these are some facts that I could get from Outlook magazine. 33% were given hand gloves. 2.73% were given hand gloves and masks with other safety equipments. But 64% were not given any safety equipment. 98% did not get any leave. The municipal environmental laws cover sanitation and wastewater disposal, but make no reference to sanitation workers. Now, today, the need of the hour is the government and local authorities should pay serious attention to the issues of manual scavengers and sanitation workers during pandemic. In addition, the government should ensure free medical and transportation facilities to those who are risking their lives to keep us protected from the novel coronavirus, and local authorities should ensure availability of water at their workplace so that they can sanitize themselves before returning to home. Though these are, of course, the agonizing realities, I would like to mention about the heroic and the noble deeds by men who themselves belong to socially underprivileged background, and their life stories and experiences were addressed by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi through his radio program Man Ki Baat. K.C. Mohan of Tamil Nadu, Shri Mohanji runs a salon in Madurai. Through his sheer hard work, he had saved some 5 lakh rupees for his daughter's education. But he spent the entire amount in the service of the needy and underprivileged in these difficult times. Similarly, Gautam Dasji of Agartala, whose only means of sustenance is plying a handcart, is feeding the needy by buying rice and pulses out of his savings. So how does literature address this issue? Literature plays a very crucial role. Literature assigns purpose to the world around us. It explicitly depicts the values of we are ready to accept and imbibe them. As quoted by one of the professors in Delhi University, because literature regards each and every individual with compassion and goes deeper with statistics without the statistics and historical records that can tell us. Literature may not give the solution to the problem such as pandemic, even as modern science sometimes can't, but it becomes a source of consolation, a way of sharing our common human concerns, and its own way provides the most deepest and most insightful record of the events. Tagari Shivashankara Pillai's Scavenger's Son, a novel published in 1947, reflects social changes in Kerala amid epidemics like smallpox and cholera. The novel traces the transformation of 3 generations of scavengers. Tagari also analyzes the ruinous effect of capitalism and landlordism on farm laborers, scavengers, and others. The novel makes one of the most severe criticism on capitalist, and in one of the episodes, municipal president instructs his subordinate to make arrangement for giving vaccination to the scavengers to contain the spread of smallpox, the epidemic. Keshav Pillai, one of the characters, makes a ridiculous suggestion. It is high time we changed all these people. To him, epidemic is an opportunity to get rid of the present set of scavengers, as it would eliminate a community. Although President represents a bourgeois, he is touched by the cruelty of the suggestion by Keshav Pillai. He asks, aren't they men too? Don't they have children and infants? The novel made people's willful blindness impossible soon after the book was published. Scavengers Union were recognized in municipalities and cities across Kerala. Manual scavenging was outlawed throughout the state. Similarly, Rabindranath Tagore's Puratan Nritya, translated into English as Keshta, My Old Man Servant, by Monish R. Chatterjee, narrates the tale of a master and a servant. The poem touches upon humanitarian values with light-hearted humor, yet it deals with serious issues of caste-based discrimination, and Tagore uses his poem as a mean to break his inhuman approach of the privileged social class on marginal section of the society, especially during pandemic time. The poem is also an account of how a servant shows his loyalty towards his master and nurses him as he is infected with highly contagious smallpox virus. At the end, the servant who gets infected through his master dies. The style of writing and emotions depicted inspires the reader to a broadened humanitarian perspective. I would like to conclude my presentation with a quote by Mr. Vishal Shukla, the convener of Safai Karmachari Andolan from Maharashtra. A little empathy will do everyone good. The public should pack the refuse in strong disposable bags that they don't tear off and help reduce the risk of direct exposure for the trash collectors. Masks, gloves, and boots are given to select few, and rest don't even protest. Who wants to lose out the income even if it comes at the cost of the death? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vineet, for this scintillating presentation. This is really something which should be at the center of our thoughts, especially as we are, urban dwellers producing so much of waste every day. Short step away from the center of this present day turmoil are, of course, the broader ambit of the city. And we now turn to two presentations, the last two, which discuss the city, and they talk about the way that the urban dwellers are negotiating space and place in the pandemic at the heart of the city. I now turn over this presentation to Savita Sukumar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So may I share the screen, please?
The screen is now yours.
I'm Dr. Savita Sukumar, and paper is titled Mapping the City, Negotiating Urban Spaces and Places in a Pandemic. My paper aims to understand and analyze how spaces and places in urban environments become dangerous in the wake of an epidemic, with particular reference to Daniel Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year and the city of Bombay during the plague.
You might make it a slideshow with full screen, or is it all right?
Ma'am, it's fine. Okay. I think it's visible to everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Place, space, and literature are seen as points of convergence for any writer. Combined with interdisciplinary approaches of geocriticism and eco-criticism, urban eco-criticism tries to understand the cartographic configurations of place and space as essential to literary narratives. And they also help us to understand the real and imagined spaces that exist within the ambit of urban eco-criticism. Though the ideas of space and place require each other for definition, you can see on the presentation slide some of the keywords about space and place that I have taken by studying Tuan in his book, Space and Place, The Perspective of Experience, and also Lewis Mumford, The Culture of Cities. Cities are studied as living embodiments of spaces and places inhabited by human and non-human by giving it a definite shape, character, and identity. A city is known through passage of time, its history, civilization, geographical locations, cultural landmarks, artifacts, and urbanization. In fact, Lewis Mumford compares the city to a conscious work of art. And he says, with language itself, it remains man's greatest work of art, unquote. Daniel Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year, that has been read as one of the pandemic narratives, in fact, talks about the city of London and how it has been visualized, or rather reimagined, as spatial data and spatial imagination by the writer. It gives a detailed account of the plague that struck England in the year 1664 and continued throughout 1665. Through the bills of mortality and the parishes as geographical sites of the plague, Defoe expresses displacement of the people of London during the plague. He also describes the importance of place, space, and the emotions connected to the space. And he also talks about the link between the individual and the city. The writer maps the journey of the epidemic through the city of London and how the city mourns the loss of its citizens. And I quote, "This was a very terrible and melancholy thing to see. And it was a sight which I could not but look on from morning to night. For indeed there was nothing else to be seen. It filled me with very serious thoughts of the misery that was coming upon London, unquote. What Defoe tries to find it difficult is how the topography of London that has been altered. During his walking excursions, as he calls, he finds it a very subversive manner, and he finds it difficult to see how London has literally been altered. He says, the face of London was now indeed strangely altered. I mean the whole mass of buildings, city, liberty, suburbs. He also personifies London as a human being mourning the huge loss and impact on its citizens. He says London might well be all in tears. Though the personification of spaces and places, Defoe stresses the human aspects of the plague as well. Coming now to the city of Bombay, it witnessed the outbreak of the plague in the year 1896, and it entered Bombay through ships from Hong Kong. It spread easily in damp, unsanitary conditions and inadequate sewage infrastructure. It lasted for more than 20 years, and it almost claimed 10 million lives in India and 1.5 lakh deaths in Bombay alone. But what changed was the topography of Bombay after the epidemic. The Bombay Improvement Trust was set up to reshape the city, which involved widening of the roads and creation of suburbs like Dadar and Sion Matunga as places of living. Many of us are familiar with these images. We must have seen them on the television, on social media, as well as on newspapers. What is unusual about this pandemic? It is making us rethink our environments. It is making us more aware of our lived and imagined environments and spaces. To conclude, COVID-19 or this pandemic has brought together architects, urban planners, academia, philosophers, intellectuals to think of cities. Some of the ideas that I felt are currently what the urban planners are thinking, the architects are thinking, as far as realignment of workspaces, the new normal, blurring of lived and imagined spaces, is that I've put down on the slide. As the world plans the reshaping, or rather renegotiating their spaces and places, Lewis Mumford's quotation seems quite appropriate. He says, the task of city design involves the vaster task of rebuilding our civilization. We must create region by region, continent by continent, and effective symbiosis or cooperative living together seems to be appropriate. Thank you for patient listening, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Excellent, Savita. Thank you so much for making us think about our roles as citizens. We are all citizens, citizens meaning we do live in cities. So that is something very, very important that you have highlighted. And from there, short step ahead, if you will kindly withdraw your screen, is an eco-critical study of Mohsin Hamid's Moth Smoke, making connections between the polluted environment and the polluted human psyche. I give over to now Shanti Polamuri. Kindly share your screen, Shanti.
A very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Shanti Polamuri, Assistant Professor at Maharashtra College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and currently a research scholar at RJ Center. My mentor and guide, Dr. Neeta Chakravarti. I thank you for this platform to present my views. I have taken reference to my main text for the day is Mohsin Hamid's Moth Smoke. The title of my paper is The Parallel Between Polluted Environment and Polluted Human Psyches, an Eco-Critical Study of Mohsin Hamid's Moth Smoke. Basically, my paper examines moth smoke as a representation of his society. That is, our writer, he hails from Pakistan. His society's ecological relationship with the living and non-living world, recognizing the complex, altering relationship between the environment and the social sphere. The novel is set in Lahore, a city which is polluted by vehicle and air conditioning exhaust, heat, dust, and smoke. Living in a metropolis like Mumbai, we are aware of all this and the fact that air pollution has become a part and parcel of our lives. Studies show that the inhabitants of the city inhale air containing an average of suspended particulate matters, which is 6.4 times higher than the World Health Organization guidelines. The narrative unveils not only the disintegrating relationship between social hierarchies, effects of economic deregulation in Pakistan, but simultaneously portrays a society at odds with its environment, which is severely garbage-ridden, urbanized, and polluted to the core. I will take you to the characters who are symbols and images of what he wants to speak about is the pollution that has affected Pakistan. The protagonist, the Rashiko Shehzad, Daru, likes to inhabit what Lawrence Buell has termed as a prosthetic environment. Nature as an emblem of sustenance and spiritual healing disappears in the smoke and dust images which are present throughout the novel. For Daru, nature in its true spirit is irrelevant and absent. Daru's constant recalling of seasonal and atmospheric changes as a child is deliberately coupled with nuclear monsoons. There's a point in the novel when Daru, the protagonist, admits, the smell stays with me. It clings even after I shower. Even after I dump my clothes in a tub of soapy water, it clings to me. Characters in the novel have become agents as well as victims of the rotten socio-economic and ecological system. Buell introduced the topic of toxic discourse to signify distinct cultural depictions of environmental risks and threats. The threatening images of stagnation, sickness, and disease, microbial contamination like colored molds that spread like cancer, narcotics, and environmental decadence portray an image of environmental dystopia and mortality. When I've come to the conclusion. I feel that it's quoted by mayors. It's quote, I quote, a happy, healthy society emerges from a kindred relationship of humanity with the natural world. And the space which man perverts in turn damages his physical health and perverts his psyche. Taking off from the plenary session conducted by Dr. Dinesh Nair, I was very much influenced by this idea that he floated, and how the quote by Ted Hughes in his poem A Green Mother, how tenderly she wipes a child's face clean, a bitumen of blood and smoke of tears. I would like to end with the concept which is floated in the session of earth-centered animism, which seems to be the dialogue for a sound future. The lockdown in India has made us realize and get a sense of how clear blue skies look like, and at the same time has given us hope that we can have breathable, clean air if we can act concretely to reduce pollution at the source. Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you, Dr. Nilakshi Roy ma'am, for being a constant motivation. Thank you, Neeta ma'am, for giving me this chance to present. And for the wonderful plenary sessions from which, of course, I've taken a lot. And I hope to add on to my baggage of literature and its understanding, the connection between nature and literature, which is coexisting and intensive. And we have to just understand it as we sit back and enjoy nature during the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for introducing a little bit of humor at the end. You know, I finally quit smoking. That's what the earth says. It's really an interesting perspective indeed. Okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. Please stay in focus, all of you. Unmute yourselves, all 6 participants. Do not keep yourselves on mute at all, because now you will be speaking to each other.
Yes.
You know, as soon as you have got your bearings. I just wanted to begin this discussion from the end, kind of. So I think I would like Savita and Shanti to respond to each other. I mean, how do you think your work speaks to each other? Because you're both talking about cities, you're both talking about spaces and pollution, and how, you know, space and place and the human psyche are all somehow embedded and related to the broader area of critical thought.
Yeah, ma'am. I'll take that long, and maybe Shanti can just continue it later. One common strand that is, of course, noticed, which you have very correctly pointed out, is that both our works talk about the city. And it talks about another aspect of the city that is currently ailing, actually, and it has also been present in almost since the time urbanization was set in. That is pollution. So it is almost like pollution and urbanization went hand in hand together. And if we look at even the descriptions of London that Defoe talks about, he finds it very difficult to see that how London is also seen in the squalor, in the poverty. He was particularly sad at seeing the people leaving London by throws and by throngs everywhere. He was also given an opportunity to leave London, saying by his own brother, saying that let's go to the countryside. But he wanted to record these events, and later on, through his spatial imagination, he actually presented it to us. But he did not leave, and he was very much in London, and he did that. Another aspect which also connects both of our works is the troubled spaces that second plenary speaker, Dr. Christopher Scott, talked about. We don't need supernatural or horror films nowadays to talk about trouble spaces. I mean, trouble spaces are all within our homes as well. I mean, I'm currently sitting in a room by myself with the air conditioned on, so it is a comforting space for me. But this same can be discomforting, as I pointed out in my concluding slide. And when I had seen visuals of migrants walking barefoot, hungry, and talking about their distress in reaching for the comfort of their home, that was discomforting for me as well. It also talks about trouble spaces, about the domestic space that is also being threatened today by various fears. Domestic abuse and violence is one fear, but the second is it could also be whether can we allow somebody outside for the another thing, that stagnation, which is of her work, or the sickness that we call, is the sickness, I suppose, is everywhere. The malaise, it's also within us. It is also in the real space, in the imagined space. Because probably we are all in a very overactive imagination.
Hyperactive, yes.
We are thinking of the microbes, or we are searching for viruses. Where could it be seen? Are they seen on the workspaces? Are they seen on the countertops? Or are they seen in the garden? It is as if we want to, and the media has been showing the visuals of the coronavirus and the way the virus looks. So we've all been trying to make it bigger than us. And I suppose that is how it could be. So over to you.
Constantly referred
Yes.
to the plenary discourses.
Yes.
Yes, Shanti, continue.
Yes, ma'am, of course, the whole idea of troubled spaces, the fact that the elite, or whether it is the poor, everyone is going through this pandemic. Their reactions, their psychological distress is very evident. We can see the distress of the migrant workers who are leaving the city and trying to reach their homes. And at the other side, we see the lockdown has ended all sorts of social interaction, which has led to a sort of breaking down of the psyche of an individual. So how do we weigh this idea of trouble spaces? How do we look at it? Is the city not only coming in on us, it's claustrophobia to some. At the same time, when I wake up in the morning and I listen to the birds, which are so clear nowadays, and because there is no vehicular traffic noise, we are in the city, and 5 in the morning we hear that, and now it's just that silence, and where we are appreciating nature. We have to have that wonderful dialogue with nature, and then in our coexistence, I see there is a bright future. This pandemic actually has been a blessing in disguise for Mother Earth.
Indeed, indeed. In fact, during the early part of the conference and webinar drive, most of the times you would find that the whole audio of the presenter would be echoing with bird calls. Somehow that has now been more managed because people have done things to their settings. But initially, whenever we were participating in webinars or just listening to talks, etc., there would be so many bird calls. It was, I mean, even though it was not happening in your room, you could still hear it because somebody else was operating from a city where the birds have suddenly become active and repossessed, reclaimed them. We have had monkeys coming and visiting us suddenly. We've had all kinds of birds and the return of the sparrow, which has been quite a blessing I have been observing in the past few days. Okay, so I think I would like now to turn to Vineet and Maria, because in some ways I feel that, Maria, would you say that the marginalized men could be the heroes that you were looking for? You were looking for the healers. Do you think these marginal men could become healers?
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Because the topic that Vineet has taken up is on marginal men. And we are always hearing people talk about doctors being the heroes in the present pandemic situation. So what I feel is he has taken a very good topic, and he has chosen writers who have made sanitation workers or marginal men heroes. So otherwise, these marginal men were always sidelined. They were cornered. And from the margins, we have to bring these people to the center of the narrative. And that is exactly what literature does.
Right, right. Vineet, what do you have to say in response to that?
Well, ma'am, I'm not sure whether to use the word healer, but definitely sanitation workers ensure our environmental justice, that is a basic human rights to live in a healthy and secure environment with their professional commitment, I would say. But I would pose a question here, like the president from Tagari's novel asked, aren't they men too? Don't they have children and infants? So in a way, by allowing them to engage in manual scavenging, I think it is inhuman. Although they do it willingly, it's often a forced labor and hereditary as well.
So it's not as if they are doing this willfully or that given a choice, they would have done something else. But I still feel that they are implicated in this process of, cleaning, unpolluting, disinfecting, and whether they like it or not, and whether I know that it is a grave danger to them and their physical self, they are in a way, very big participants to the healing of nature every day by cleaning, by invading these spaces where no one wants to go, where no one wants to, step.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Can I say something?
And that is why exactly I use the word eco-heroes in the title.
Maria,
can I say something, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, when we do any kind of work, we do it with a lot of passion. So maybe they are forced into this work, but as they go on doing their work every day, I think they have some kind of passion towards their work, and also there is compassion for other human beings too.
Right, right. They are definitely at the center of this game, the whole game of the environment and how we daily negotiate with it, at least in the urban spaces. We are all from these, most of us are from these. And so I think all of us have some kind of engagement with this. I, however, want to take you a little away from the urban space and take you to the bioregion right now by asking Madhuvanti how she thinks that, the way in which Miki has spoken about her, about her engagement with the blogs, and how you have written about Neruda. They are doing the kind of same thing. So Miki, how would you respond to what Neruda has outlined and what Madhuvanti had concluded with, that, give your address in terms of a region, bioregion, not by any topography. So how would you respond to Madhuvanti's overall engagement with this idea of bioregionals?
Yes, ma'am. As a part of, I would say, renewal of our ecosystem, literature and stories, and Pablo Neruda's, no doubt, they play a very important role in bringing about a sense of place among residents, especially a sense of place in terms of not only reimagining it as something very important, but also as something which with which they can productively engage with it. Now, in this context, I would like to bring out into foray Ursula K. Hees, who is the professor at University of California, Los Angeles, in her book, Sense of Place and Sense of Planet, The Environmental Imagination of the Global. Professor has talks about bioregional cosmopolitanism, where she has tried to envision individuals and groups as a part of planetary imagined communities. And she has tried to shift the place-based bioregionalism into a space-based bioregionalism. And it is not an either-or proposition, but an emphasis. And my understanding of local will be incomplete without an awareness that the globe is ultimately an amalgamation of so many infinite, complex, nested places. And in this context, blogs, it bridges the false dichotomy between the local and the global, and it builds up a very responsible global citizenship. The next question, Nilakshi ma'am, which you had asked about the address, that is by Peter Borg, who is one of the, he's the founding father of bioregionalism, one of the founding fathers, and he also has a blog which is Bioregionalism Tria. So he actually told that why not say our address in terms of our place? Like I am from the confluence of San Francisco, this river and the bay of that river. In his book, The Biosphere and the Bioregion. And I particularly like the fact of Peter Borg is that it is not only finding your place, but then how to engage artistically with that place. That is either write, dance, or sing. So my vision of it is also related to Peter Borg's understanding that connectivity with the place in terms of artistically engaging is very important.
Isn't this the same way in which our ancestors and people who
yes, ma'am,
in the rural areas say, "Kahan rehte ho?" Wo Jamna.
Yes, ma'am.
Kahan ghar hai? People ke niche. That is the way that we are used to responding in civilizations like ours, which have a very organic, very integrated relationship with our topography, with our biosphere. Okay, rather than the physical confines of state-made landmarks and locations which compel us to say that we live in this district and this city and this
true,
area, the state, etc. So yeah, I think that's a very interesting way in which that you have written. Okay, so I would like to ask Dr. Neeta Chakravarti, how long do we have to continue our discussion? Because I think that my panel is eager to continue the discussion amongst themselves. But if we have a lot of questions, then we will give, say, about 5 minutes further for discussion, or we will go to the questions. So can you help me with this? How many questions do we have in the chat box? Maybe Kailas may be able to tell us. In the chat box here, I can see 3 or 4 questions. Yeah, I think 3 or 4 observations from Deepa Mishra and from, I think, Mr. Sawant earlier, Akshat Sawant.
Ma'am, could I respond to Mickey? I'm sorry.
Please do that. Please do that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know from Neeta madam how long we have. She has not responded, so
you can take a few moments.
Please,
no issue.
Because we do have a lot of things to discuss here. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I completely agree to the various points that Nikki has brought forth. It is about the blurring of the lived and the imagined spaces. She talked about the false dichotomies between the local and the global, which is exactly what Ursula Hesse propounds in her theory of eco-cosmopolitanism. She rather feels that eco-cosmopolitanism is a more nuanced understanding of how both local, cultural, as well as ecological systems are imbricated in global ones. So there is no contention between the local and the global. And the very fact that bioregionalism deals with local aspects of culture may be understood in our impulse to deal more passionately with our local environments is what I would say. I could give you a very small example in the Indian context, very much in the Indian context, there is a tribal community in Orissa, who has been violently protesting against a multinational company trying to set up a bauxite mine on a very sacred mountain which they worship. It is called the Niyamgiri mountain. It is in Orissa. And they have in spite of MOU signed between the company and the government, they have not been able to take over their sacred mountain, as the tribal community believes that it is a sin even to fell one tree off that mountain. So there are some $600 billion of capital that they are willing to invest, and the kind of profits that they're going to get out of that. So what we need to understand here is that the local resistance, at the same time, the global, should go hand in hand. Like these tribals have been supported even by the Amnesty International. So it's not just they are carrying on a resistance against the government at a local level, at a very tribal and marginalized level, but they are equally being supported by international communities, social media. So here we see that the virtual world and the real world out there actually come together in the process of conservation that we all have realized is the need of the hour.
Very often we find that it is the virtual world which has stepped in first, even before any action can, because there are issues of power. Somebody in the chat box is talking about power and power structures and the Foucauldian aspects of our daily existence. And of course, they're all related to that. Anything ecological ultimately is linked to power. Very, very surprisingly. I mean, it should not be, but that it is. It always was. And it's always going to be, unless, totally. So that is, of course, there. Anybody else wants to comment on any of these issues?
I would just like to add one last pointer, ma'am. That regarding connectivity, ma'am, it becomes a digital dimension, as I read, for instance, while preparing for this particular presentation, because one professor, David Christensen, he had mentioned that there's a professor who has taught his course on bioregional theory and practice on digital, the medium. And what he has taught about the bioregional perceptions. That is, by grounding, he has given case studies in their local bioregion, and he has asked them to study their bioregions and then convey to them through this digital medium. So we can see how he is, taking an initiative, a compelling and a very inspiring case for all of us to teach bioregional precepts in cyberspace, especially in this case of electronic milieu. So this was something which I would like to add. Thank you.
In the morning itself, College-CHM was also talking about digital humanities, and it's how it is now getting interpolated into this world of eco-critical discourse. So yeah, anyone else? I think Vinith is waiting.
Ma'am, one question to Maria, ma'am. Maria, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, you had mentioned that Hitler manipulated nature by exploiting its topography. Could you please elaborate on it? I'm just curious to know about it.
Yes, actually, the line was that Hitler manipulated nature by exploiting its topography, geography, and climate. So in my work, Elie Wiesel's Night, all the Jews are pushed into concentration camps. And they are exposed to the wilderness of nature, and of course the climate at many points of time is very harsh. They have to suffer through the cold weather. They are made to actually give their shoes to the other soldiers, and they have to walk barefoot on the ground. All right, and the protagonist of this novel actually has swollen feet, and his feet are about to be amputated, but the doctor saves him. So it looks as if man is suffering because of this other side of nature. But then also nature has its healing side. this protagonist actually wears shoes, and the mud covers his shoes because he's walking in sinking sand, he's walking in the muck, so his shoes are covered with lot of muck. So what happens later on is the soldiers do not notice his shoes because they are covered with mud, and they are kind of camouflaged with the soil, right? And then he thanks God for the soil on the ground. And that is how, you know, there is a kind of re-establishing of the bond between man and nature. Secondly, another way how Hitler manipulated nature, there is an important work. It is a novel by Siegfried Lanz, Exergierplatz. Okay, the name of the work is Exergierplatz, in which we come to know that actually Hitler manipulated nature by bringing in kind of green politics. What he did was he instructed people to cut down trees which are of foreign origin. Okay, so trees which are non-Germans, which were not from Germany, had to be cut down. So later on, what happens is all these trees are cut down, and it of course talks about deforestation. And when all these trees are burnt, you know, it signifies how these burning piles of Jewish bodies were buried in mass graves later on. So burning of these trees can be related to the burning of piles of Jewish bodies of the Jews.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So that is how he actually used his psyche to manipulate nature.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wanting to make any comment, or are you waiting for your questions? We can do it either way.
Ma'am, could I just add a comment? Yeah. Ma'am, there's a very, speaking to Mickey, a very interesting blog entry which she has cited right in the beginning, where climate is a character. And the climate addresses a publicist, probably the blog publicist, and trying to say something. So it is extremely interesting how this agency of saying something, speaking something, and in fact creating a discourse of itself. So this is more than what we understand by biosemiotics, where a non-living entity is given all living properties, and the climate not only speaks for itself, it actually creates a discourse and the kind of in-depth analysis that the blog is doing. So I think this is very interesting in the way climate has been given a semiotic agency.
So,
and it is a very, very bioregional aspect, a deeply rooted bioregional aspect, and a kind of connection between the two of our presentations, which I found.
Not just an organism, not just a plant, not just a flower, not just a bird or an animal, but the entire
climate,
entire biodiversity, the entire world. It was the world speaking. Yeah, that I have quit smoking. That was a very nice thing. That is another visual that I think Shanti ended with. Yeah, so very interesting. Yeah, I think Neeta, I'm going to have to ask you to let in the questions.
Read out the questions. Yeah. One of them is from Suja Pramod. She has a question for Shanti. Shanti, ma'am, how can we say that the pandemic has affected the elite and the poor similarly? How?
I think I don't know whether I was very clear when I made that statement. It's not similarly, in a different way. Like if you look at the migrant workers, then the feeling of going back to their home, it brought tears to our eyes when we saw them make those journey back home. So their reaction to this pandemic is different from what we would see in the elite world, who could see the social breakdown in their life, where they cannot connect and their psyches are affected. I didn't say they were similar. I meant everyone is affected by this pandemic in a different way. There's no one who's escaping it. We all are in it. We are all in it, and we all will be able to fight it only if, or at least see a better tomorrow if we take a step today.
Okay, the next question is by Akshat Shukla. He has this question for Vineet. There
Yes,
are
ma'am.
doctors as well who are most exposed to pandemic, and they are also forced to work day in and out to help us. So I don't find issues of marginalization here. According to you, what practical action the government should take to protect the health of municipality workers, whether they should be provided with some incentives?
I think
Of
that this is
course.
slightly more, let us say, civic responsibility type of a question rather than an eco-critical question. However, if Vineet would like to respond, I don't mind.
I think he rightly pointed out that even doctors, and as I mentioned in the slide itself, they are, they are of course the superheroes today and next to God probably,
Yes.
isn't it? But
Yes.
when I talk about marginalization, it's not just the pandemic that is getting affected. So when I say that it is a forced labor that I mentioned, one factor is their caste. And all of us are influenced by the upbringing, experience, and social environment, which play a big role in determining one's identity. Some particular influential factors like caste, gender shapes one's identity in your own society. So men who are oppressed in one or more ways within a system, they embody marginalization as it opens a way to be ridiculed by more privileged section. This is the result. They fail to get a respectable job, and their identity and profession is carried to the next generation. It becomes quite challenging to come out of it. That's exactly what Tagri tries to highlight in his novel.
The other question is what kind of safety measures, which I said that you may or
Of
may
course.
Yeah,
I think,
okay.
yeah, I think again, see, of course, government need to take measure and designing well, about the sewage measures where they are not directly exposed to, and providing better equipments and machineries, and not directly, go and pick up things with their naked hands. So avoid the direct exposure. That's what I meant in the beginning.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is exactly what the environmental justice tries to raise. Question. I mean, when it says that basically environment is something where environmental justice, if you see, is defined as where the benefits of the environment are bestowed upon all. Now, here all refers to, I think it's a question. I mean, all of us now, we on the one hand also talk about the pollution when we are not able to breathe or when we see garbage lying, but there are people who are very much living in that garbage. So they are trying to find out the resources, right? Whereas we are having the resources and we are trying to raise these pertinent issues as well.
They have no access to those resources.
Yes, absolutely.
Those resources. So there's
See, they don't have the luxury of even using hand sanitizers, which a medium size would cost you around 70 rupees.
Yeah.
N95 mask would cost you not less than 150 rupees. So imagine their financial situation.
And I think you have very rightly pointed out that they don't even have at their several locations at their workplace.
Yes.
Even access to water and soap, the simplest way to clean yourself.
For them, it is a luxury actually.
So,
okay. Last question by Meera Kasiraman. It's a very general question. Are there Indian writers or critics who have discussed the question of spaces in detail? When Indian literary text is addressed to a Western theoretical framework, it leads to further questions. So basically, she just wants to know if there are Indian writers or critics who have discussed the question of spaces in detail.
Of course, there are hundreds and thousands of such writers because everyone writes ultimately about a space or a place. The question is, how you interpret the text or how you ask questions of it. So I think, I think basically what she's asking is, can you apply these situations to Indian text? Of course you can, according to me, but I leave it to the panel to answer.
Ma'am, Dr. Nirmal Selvamani, who's considered to be like the father of eco-criticism in India, he was someone who started a course called Eco-Literature in Madras Christian Convent, something like 25, 30 years ago. He has talked about the Tinai literature, especially with reference to the Tamil Sangam or the classical age literature, where he very clearly talks about spaces. And like in the early definitions of eco-criticism that Greg Garrard or Lawrence Coupe talks about, where environment is divided into different areas, for example, the wilderness and the dwellings and the flora, the fauna. Similarly, you also have Dr. Nirmal Selvamani dividing the Tinais into Marudal, Natal, for example. Another thing is some of the, I mean, he made an early assessment of spaces with even a reference to the space of the mind. In one of his books titled Essays in Eco-Criticism, he talks about how R.K. Narayan's The Dark Dancer has a very strong sense of space and space as an interior space. Then whoever are the current writers or books that are appearing in eco-criticism in the Indian publications, like Swarnalata Rangarajan's current book is quite interesting to read about how eco-criticism has shaped and evolved, and it also has the trajectories that are available for research scholars. You, Sumati, also writes about, Pramod K. Nair also writes about, and so you have many critics that are available to do with spaces, especially in the Indian scenario, literary scenario for eco-criticism.
Other questions, Neeta?
Brings us to an end to the questions. We can.
Okay, I will now turn towards conclusion. I think we must pat ourselves on the back for having finished about 15 minutes before time, but having given every speaker an opportunity, discussion, some kind of response to each other. And I think it was a very, very wholesome exercise. Would you agree, panel?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
Very
much.
engaging and very interesting, madam.
Okay, that is what your voices need to be heard. Young voices, vibrant voices, very well disciplined voices, and researchers with their own discourse in place. I think that is very, very important.
Thank you, ma'am.
So on behalf of the participant and as moderator, I thank you for listening participatively, but I will still take 5 minutes of your time. I hope that the session has been able to continue the trend set yesterday by our plenary speakers, to begin with Dr. Dinesh's position about creating contexts. I think we have that kind of thing in place, about bringing in zoophilia, including biodiversity at the center of the civilization and the universe. Not man alone, not animals and plants alone, but man and animal and plants and the biodiversity together, the biosystem, the entire biosystem together. Creating safe spaces, nurturing spaces out of the troubled spaces that Christopher Scott was talking about. The critical rigor and the sheer variety of the thought of these 6 young minds ought to lead us on to believe what Scott Slovic said today, that contemporary scholarship needs to bring in other areas, newer areas like digital humanities in the spectrum of the environment, in the post-COVID terrain and literary discourse, and build up alongside these other ideas like what Prantik Banerjee said about medical nativism, the tracing of topography, of moral pollution. I mean, these are new things that you can start looking at, because these are serious questions which no one has addressed before. As we went on mindlessly using and abusing our power, our privilege, and our access that nature has given us. In terms of my positionality, in terms of my own positionality, I must say that I have been somewhat slightly inactive participant in the lockdown. I have not been webinaring too much. Okay, I have been looking inwards. I have been writing. And I have also participated in something which has disturbed me for nights together. I've done something far riskier than anyone would imagine. I'm nearly 60, and I went out on the road and I gave water and biscuits and food, and I collected and made a drive from our neighborhood to serve the migrant laborers who were boarding the buses right in front of our house, and we just could not see that. Children with people wrapped up in cloth, little children, they were going I don't know where they were going, how they were going to reach their destination. So we did our little, it was like for us that we did it, so that we could kind of sleep peacefully at night, thinking that, yeah, maybe some people we gave Glucon-D, some people we gave water, but it's nothing, it's nothing. There is no limit to how much we can do for the environment and the COVID situation and the humanitarian, the feeling that ought to emerge out of our daily praxis. So that is something which I needed to share with you. I also needed to share with you that I have been creatively writing limericks, short poems in English and Bangla, and now terribly tiny tales, okay, in 20 words. So I wanted to share some of these, because where will I get this audience? Please give me this as, moderator of the panel. You have to bear with me. One of the poems I've written is in the voice of a sparrow, because sparrows are some birds whom I love, and we had some pet sparrows, who used to come earlier, but now they have disappeared. One has now started emerging. I imagine it as a he, and I have written a tale about the sparrow. Since sunrise, I've been calling everybody to come and eat. My family is lazy. We must look sharp. We are sparrows. That's the end. Okay, so it's a 20-word tale goes. It has to have a short climax in the last 3 words. Yeah. Now another one which takes you to this idea of man and beast, man and nature together. With great dedication, each walked their dogs daily. Somehow their timings matched. Will love bloom in the time of lockdown?
Wow.
Wonderful.
I really enjoyed writing this. I don't know how this emerged. It's not that I've seen anyone doing it, but I just thought. And another one, which again brings marginalized women back into the picture. I know she's very lonely. I know she's very lonely. She would tell me everything as I worked. I hope she's not sad, my madam. It is the maidservant writing.
So nice.
She knows that her madam has a disturbed life.
Yes, yes, wonderful, ma'am.
So there are different ways in which you can imagine the reality of the, and these are some of the ways in which I had responded. So it's not always that one is an eco-critic and one is branded, that one has articles about this, but one is, I think, always, if one is humane, one is born and one dies an eco-critic. Okay. And so I hope I'm able to transform myself towards spirituality, which is the direction towards which eco-criticism is ultimately to take you. I hope it leads you all there as well, and it should lead you, my respected audience, with humble thanks. The panel and myself take your leave. Thank you for listening to us. The platform created by our 3 colleges, I'm grateful to them. I am very, very thankful to the organizers for giving us this space and this exciting 1+ hour, 1.5 probably hours that you have borne with us. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks a lot.
This panel discussion, I feel, is a fitting finale to our web conference, where young researchers have expressed themselves. I thank Dr. Nilakshi Roy, the panel moderator, profusely for having done such a wonderful job.
Thank you so much. They're the ones who did the job.
I also thank her as well as the panelists for opening up so many perspectives within the broad area of this web seminar. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now call upon my co-convener, Dr. Pratima Das, for her closing remarks. Dr. Pratima Das, please. Dr. Pratima?
Yeah, I'm just getting, yeah. With the panel discussion on eco-centric literary and cultural engagements, we come to the conclusion of the 2-day International Web Conference. We have been deliberating for 2 days on the ways in which the pandemic has triggered new paradigms in humanities and literary studies. We have successfully mapped the terrain of the pandemic and cultural expressions Thank you all for being with us over these 2 days. Over to you, Dr. Neeta.
Okay. Thank you for that, Dr. Pratima Das. All good things essentially come to an end. So finally, I now invite Dr. Maria Sheikh to propose the vote of thanks. Dr. Maria Sheikh?
Neeta madam.
Yes.
Please, we also need to tell them that the link for the certificates have been posted in the YouTube, as well as will be posted in the 2 groups, WhatsApp and Telegram groups.
Okay, you have already informed them. They just heard you.
Yeah.
Maria, are you around?
Yes. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Mrs. Maria Sheikh and I'm here to propose the vote of thanks. So dear friends, we have been a part of a wonderful intellectual discourse on literary studies in the coronavirus terrain, reading peril, environment and normalcy, jointly organized by Ram Niranjan Jhunjhunwala College, Srimati CHM College and Vaze College in association with the Board of Studies, University of Mumbai. Of course, the web conference would have been a distant dream without the approval of the patrons and principals of the collaborating research centers. Therefore, my heart is full of gratitude towards Dr. Rajendra Singh Sir, Secretary, HVPS, who wants RG College to grow by leaps and bounds. My thanks to our director, Dr. Usha Mukundan ma'am, for whom RG College is everything. Our in-charge principal, Dr. Himanshu Dauda, for being the pillar of support during the lockdown and always. I express my gratitude to Dr. Manju Lalwani Pathak ma'am, principal of Srimati CHM College, and Dr. B.B. Sharma, principal of Vaze College, for giving the go for the web conference and also for standing strong with the whole team. I thank all our resource persons for the exchange of fresh ideas. It has given us immense pleasure to Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir from Vaze College, Mr. Christopher Scott sir from Utah Valley University, USA, Dr. Shlovik sir from University of Idaho, USA. I thank the members of the organizing committee. First, the convener, Dr. Neeta Chakravarti ma'am, head of the Department of English, Ram Niranjan Jhunjhunwala College. I thank the co-convener, Dr. Pratima Das ma'am, head of the Department of English, Srimati CHM College, and Dr. Nilakshi Roy ma'am, head of the Department of Vaze College, for conceiving of this great idea and contributing their insights to make this web conference an extraordinary event. I especially thank Nilakshi Roy ma'am for her role as the moderator of the panel discussion. Also, it was great pleasure to have Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir with us on the first day of the web conference. Now, this is very important. A big thanks to Sham and Aswati for putting in their technical and creative abilities for preparing the conference brochure, which has such wonderful aesthetic appeal. And of course, thank you, Mr. Devi Prasad Shetty, the champ of RJ College, for providing all the technical support for this conference. Finally, I thank from the core of my heart all the teacher participants and student participants for making the web conference a lively one. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you.
That brings us all to an end to this conference. Thank you, everybody.
Should the organizers stay on or should we also leave? Neeta?
We can stay for a moment.
Ma'am, I will end the streaming on YouTube right now.
Yes.